Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another weekend edition here of the WardiTV Monday. WardiTV Monday number 50, your weekly dose of WardiTV action. I'm of course your VIP with you. I'm joined by these amazing players, by the Puma Chats and by my plushies as well. Welcome one and all to our first series of the broadcast. Exclamation mark be in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the bracket yourselves. The bracket is live, the bracket is stacked, and the bracket is ready to go. Here we go. Spawning in the top right hand corner of Tugmac, we have the South Korean Zerg player. We have the Red Zerg representing Weibo Gaming. It is Shin. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have the Blue Zerg player. We have the South Korean Zerg. It is Choi Galaxy. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we jump into our ZVZ. Choi Galaxy. As I quickly set up our lovely player here, Blue. Okay. See, it's Blue. Bam. Beautiful. Here we go, so we have our initial ZVZ. When it comes to this bracket, after this series, we'll be going over the challenge bracket ourselves. We'll be catching up with what matches are going on and where our series will lead us. For those that are curious, for those that are maybe tuning in for the first time, typically when it comes to these open brackets, we do stick with a player and we do kind of follow them further into the bracket and into their following matches. So if you see some interesting series on the other side of the bracket, most likely we will not be covering them. But for WardiTV Monday, it is one of the more unique tournaments where both semifinals are held and both semifinals will be casted, so we will have that at least, getting to both semis and then leading into, of course, the grand finals thereafter. Till then, though, we are in the first round, in the round of 32. For now, we do have our standard openers. So far, Hatch, Gas, Pool, nothing too crazy, nothing too wild, not yet. Coming into this, Shin is going to be a heavy favorite player. Meanwhile, shout out to Choi Galaxy, who is a tournament organizer, has been running tournaments, has been running some invitationals and some open cups as well, and I believe has had his hand in streaming and potentially, I think, even commentating as well. So Choi Galaxy has kind of stepped into the ring as a content creator in recent times. Not too much, but every now and then again does host a tournament and does cast in Korean. So we got a caster against our player. Let's go, baby, let's go. So now we are going to be settling in. Of course, again, Shin is going to be the heavy favorites. We'll see what Choi Galaxy can bring to the table. I do hope they can try to trip Shin up in some way, shape, or form. For now, everything's looking normal. We don't have any excess gas being mined. Looks like both players have pulled out. Both players are going to be settling in. We have actually featured Choi Galaxy in our amateur tournaments. I believe in MSO, Master Swan Open, the most recent one actually. I believe Choi Galaxy did compete. I think he made it to the semis, if I'm not mistaken. I think he went all the way to the semifinals before being knocked out. So we were able to feature him earlier in the month, but now we do have our link slipping in for a full scout. Does get confirmation. Again, we're checking for gases, we're checking for early Evo chambers, checking for early tech structures, checking for droning, as already one drone goes down. Ooh, that should not have happened. One drone does fall, thankfully not another, but already a good start for Shin. It does have a good start. Now things do pick in. To pick in, to pull away. And we do have our initial, early lair to Shin. Okay, so Shin, he did get a third base on time, on location, like as to be expected. But from here, rushing into a lair, we have gases on the way, we have our Eva chamber and Roach Horn as well. So Shin, he's building up in towards the mid game, in towards Roach play. Meanwhile, we can see Choi Galaxy playing similarly, but he is staying on two bases. He's walling up and walling off on two bases. So with this, he can set up into a two base all in. Shin, because of his more standard opener, will have the economic lead. He will have the economic lead over his opponent. We'll be able to saturate, we'll be able to drone on up, build up his third base, have an excess amount of workers, with that have a larger army. As the game goes on, it's going to get worse and worse for Choi Galaxy. Choi Galaxy does have a choice. He has the option to go into a Spire. He's taking all four gases. He could go for a Spire and cancel the upgrade, but because we have +1 range on the way, and because we started quite early, it is indicative that Choi Galaxy intends to commit into Roaches. later third base now being taken. Choi Galaxy can turn this into a 2-base all-in, or he could actually start to drone and expand and saturate his third. But again, the pressure is going to be on Choi Galaxy to actually make use of this army. Otherwise, he is behind and he will fall and stay behind. So the pressure is on the blue Zerg, as Shin has a comfortable worker lead. It's up in workers, mining gas. With that, there is going to be a small window in time where Choi Galaxy has +1 over his opponent, but it's only a couple of seconds. So again, not the biggest window. This here is going to be shut down. And we didn't really get to see too much here. We confirmed the Evo chamber at least. We confirmed no extra gases at them in the main. And Shin is already just producing roaches. Like, again, he's on 41 workers, up in workers. Now he's just purely making roaches. He's pushing out, he's going to hit with +1. It's going to be a terrifying army here for Shin. And Choi Galaxy is going to have a hard time defending here. It is going to be a tough hole. Now, he will have Queens to help defend. He'll have Transfuse, potentially Spines. But so far, there are no Spine Crawlers. No Overlord in position either, so Overlord's out of position. Choi Galaxy does not see the move out, doesn't see the army, and here comes Shin. Shin is pushing. Shin moves out. And he will hit the third. He'll hit the third base. So far, zoning away, getting himself the third, takes down the queen. Queen goes down, and again, there's just no saturation here. There's no economy, there's no army. And Choi Galaxy is just being overwhelmed. Unfortunately, he chose to stay on 2 bases. He chose to open up 2 base, didn't turn it into an all-in, and like, as we mentioned, he just fell behind. He fell behind, stayed behind. GG gets called. And Shin, he will take a lead in the series. GG. Clean play there out of Shin, able to just take advantage of his opponent by getting the faster third base, joining up quite freely and saturating. You could argue that maybe Shin took a bit of a chance there, or took a bit of a risk, just because he may not have been fully aware of how or when we'd see a move out from Choi Galaxy. But again, Choi Galaxy never did push. He was playing a more quote-unquote macro-oriented despite his more inefficient opener, and GG. GG, well played. With that, we're now getting into game number 2, going to be loading into ley lines, and we'll see what Choi Galaxy brings to the table. We'll see how he does mix things up. I'm hoping that he does diversify a little bit here, hoping we don't see once again 2-base roach, or if we do, we could just send it and go for a 2-base all in. Just saying, we could just send it. We'll see. We shall see. So we're getting into ley lines. Yo, meanwhile, big shout out to Rowdy. That's the Rowdy, papi. Good to see you, good to see you. And also a big shout out to Luis GGG in the chat. God, papi, God. Thank you so much for the raid of 24. Hope you had a great stream, hope you had a great ladder session, hope you had a great time. Bienvenidos, papi, bienvenidos a todos, as we are still in the beginning, the early rounds of the WardiTV Monday. This morning, in the top right-hand corner of ley lines, we have the South Korean Zerg player. We have the Red Zerg representing Weibo Gaming, WBG. It is Shin. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the Blue Zerg player. We have the South Korean Zerg down in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back. It is a Choi Galaxy. We go. And so far, we do have our initial openers here. We do have Shin going for a 15-15. Likewise, Choi Galaxy just going for a regular hatch gas pool. I think so far looking normal. So don't forget to hydrate, everyone. Don't forget. And again, once again, we're going to be looking at mainly Choi Galaxy to see if he does go for the same build. We'll see if he does stay on 2 bases and turtles up. Once again, if he does do so, there are options. There are different kind of builds that you can go for off of that. You don't have to get a 3rd base and try to macro out of it. You can turn it into a 2-base roach all in. You can turn it into 2-base muta, gain map control, then expand and take it or catch up economically from there as well. Right, there are options available here to our Zerg player if we open up 2 base. Now then, moving out. Everyone's being sent across the map. Likewise, Shin, we're kind of less, for the most part, we're expecting Shin to play more of the same. You know, just hatch gas pool, third base, drone up, then get into roaches, and react to whatever he scouts. Don't know if he's really one to dictate the pace of the game too much, but we'll see. Against Troy Galaxy specifically. As Troy Galaxy does not pull out of gas, interesting, so you will have a little bit more excess gas than normal, and oh, we see why it all comes together. So I did notice here that we're staying with 3 in gas. It is standard to pull 1 out. So if you're going into Ling Bane, the fact that we're staying in is indicative here of further tech of an earlier Roach Warren. So we do see Troy Galaxy committing here into an early Roach push, into potentially an early Roach all-in. The Queens are in position to deny the scouts. Oh, yeah, Lings, they do not make their way in. Shin, he rotates, he's going down, Troy Galaxy does miss it. Does miss the block, the Ling does put it in, the boys are being pulled to deny the scout, but no, Shoddy won't be able to. We get a full scout, we get eyes on the Roach Warren is almost done. The Ling does confirm, and now Shin, he is aware. Back at home, he knows to produce army, to not over-drone. 6 roaches are on the way. Troy Galaxy, he's not droning. He is not droning, he's not saturating, he's making nothing but roaches, and he will soon move out across the map. And the problem is, Shin knows. Problem here is that Shin, he knows, he knows, he is aware. It's going to be a Roach all-in with Ling reinforcements. That's why Ling speed is still being researched. Shin, the Bailing's going to be ideal here to shut down those Lings, just to make sure he does preserve them and he doesn't waste them on the Roaches. Shin is massing up and moving out. With that, he will dive in for a surround, catching out some of those Roaches. 1, 2, looks to be 3 roaches going down. Bailing's rolling in as well. And he's turned away the Zerglings. Oof, brutal connections. Zerglings do fall. Ravager looks like will be surrounded, but they'll survive. And what's important here is that Shin still has a better economy, still has more mining, and he's forcing these fights out in the open, out halfway across the map, ensuring that he has time to respond. And again, it's still all or nothing for Troy Galaxy. So all or nothing. Up. Things gonna be zone away. Nice target firing here on the Bailing. Despite that, one Bailing still connects. And with that, Ling's gonna surround. They get a full surround here. They shut down the Roaches, the Ravagers, the everything. Troy Galaxy will lose his army, and alas, that's gonna be all he had. It's so brutal trying to build up that Roach count once again. He's trying to expand, going for a third base. No shot. GG, well played. And Shin, he will take the series 2-0, advancing on as he's being wished some best of luck. And Shin will make it through into the round 16. GG. GG, well played, congratulations. Shin, he will claim this series, he will advance on. A shout out to Troy Galaxy for at least showing off some different builds in Game 1 and Game 2. Game 1, we saw some attempted more macro play. I say attempted just because he still opened up 2 base. Game 2, we saw a Roach all-in, and we saw that Troy Galaxy, he was trying to deny the scouts. He had the Queens in position, but they were dragged out of position. They were pulled out of the ramp. We saw that Shin, he was able to double back, able to slip into the main base, and he got a full scout of everything, and he confirmed the all-in coming his way. GG. GG will play there. Solid scouting, solid reaction out of Shin. He does take the series, and with that, we are going to be following Shin into the next round. Question is, where are we headed? Let's find out. Let's find out together. Exclamation mark and be in the chat to have a look at the back yourselves. Let us switch our scenes over and catch up on the bracket. Okay, from the top, we have herO. herO, he is waiting for the winner of Athletics and Triple, waiting for the winner of that PvP in the round 16. Meanwhile, Shin takes down Troy Galaxy. Classic takes down Reciprocity, and we do have our next matchup. This is what we were waiting for. This is what we wanted. Up next, we have Classic versus Shin in the round of 16. That is our next series here in the brackets. Oh boy. So let us quickly set up, and that is the reason why we dove on the Shin series, is because we saw that it was going to lead into Classic, and that's a spicy one, papi. Ah, let's go. So Shin versus Classic is going to be coming up next. Meanwhile, other updates. We do have Clem. Clem, he's been waiting for his opponent. Björn takes on his first opponent here. We have Björn versus Clem in the next round in a PvT. Best of luck to our two players. Best of luck to Björn, as Clem, he is arguably has the best PvT in the world. So best of luck to Björn. Scrolling down, we have herO. herO takes down Flexi. Flexi is a Polish player, Polish amateur player. So herO does take him down. herO waiting for the winner of Shameless and Number in the second round. Number, I believe, being a Chinese Terran player, if I recall correctly. Scrolling down a little bit further here, we do have the second half of the brackets. We have ShoWTimE. ShoWTimE waiting for the winner of Rebellion and PSZ. We have Ragnar waiting for the winner of Nightmare and Kiwi, as it looks like Percival did forfeit in the first round. A bit of a feels bad man. Solar, he is up against Eva in the next round. I was very tempted to jump into Eva versus Solar, or to jump into Eva versus Dave Lithouse into Solar as well. Very tempted. Always fun to see Eva compete and take part, and best of luck to Esther Eba. Scrolling down, we do have Geralt up against a player on team PCEC. I don't know who that is, but PCEC is a Chinese team, so best of luck to Geralt. Winner goes up against Creator in the next round. And that is our lineup here for tonight's WardiTV Monday. We are missing some players. We're missing specifically Cure. I don't see Cure here. I don't see MaxPax. MaxPax, he is absent as well. So we're missing like a couple of players here and there. But outside of that, we at least get to experience some more Zerg representation, which is rare. We have Solar and Shin competing here tonight, which I appreciate. Again, Zerg players are quite rare in these tournaments, so typically we try to feature them while we can, as much as we can. So we're on Shin at least for the time being. To wish them the best. Vetoes are underway as he's getting ready for his match against Classic. Vetoes are underway. Of course, the top two seeds of the tournament are going to be herO and I think, is it ShoWTimE? Yeah, because Clem, he was missing a couple of weeks. So Clem, his seeding is lower because he has been missing some WardiTV Mondays. So here is #1 seed, and I think ShoWTimE is the #2 seed of the tournament. So we'll see if they can be stopped. They can be stopped from facing off in those finals. Let's go. As it looks like the Vitas are done, and we are jumping into our series. Of course. Always happy, always. Yeah. Thank you for playing. Thank you for competing. 감사합니다, baby. 감사합니다. Thank you for competing. As we are jumping in. Looks like game 1 is going to be on ley lines. Okay. Ley lines for game 1. Bearing in mind these are all best of 3s, the finals is going to be a best of 5, of course. We have our best of 5 finals, but until that, we do have a purely best of 3s leading up to that. I know that for Pegasus Cups, they have best of 5 semis. That's a more unique format to Pegasus Cup. So I'm stretching, Pat. I'm stretching. Yeah, hope everyone's been having, or hope everyone had a great weekend. I know it was pretty intense, full of StarCraft for us, especially with my assist of the game. If you remember, my assist of the game was ending at like 7 a.m. in the morning. So I had a brutal weekend where I was asleep during all of the day, and then I would wake up to cast in the evening. It was a brutal weekend. Brutal. So I spent today recovering. I was in bed for most of the day recovering. Before going into the full week of StarCraft we have ahead of us. Again, this week we're going to be covering StarCraft Evolution League, the championship that is going to be throughout the course of the week. We have SDC, Pegasus Cup, Little League Cup, WardiTV Monday, and of course more Maestros of the game as well. A lot of StarCraft, as always, Pappy, as always. But for now, we're jumping into our second series of the broadcast. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of ley lines, we have the South Korean Zerg player. We have the Red Zerg representing Weibo Gaming, WBG. It is Shin. and spawning. In the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the blue Protoss player. We have the South Green Protoss for Virtus Pro. It is a classic. Go, and if you're in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. Get your gamba going, man. Get your gamba going. Oh no, that's just a cover story to make Light look human. He doesn't sleep. True, true. If only, if only. Then I could cast more StarCraft. Oh no. Oh, the StarCraft. I would cover even more. Leave you me. But now though, we have our Sailor open out of Shin, Hatch Gas Pool out of our Zerg player. Likewise, Gate expand into Cybercore from Classic, so everything's looking as it should be. We'll keep an eye on the placement of the second pylon. That would be a little bit more indicative of the tech of choice. We're expecting Stargate play out of Classic, but depending on the placement, we could see something quirky like a Twilight Council or even a Robo-based opener. We saw a lot of variants over the weekend with Creator. It was a lot of fun to see. Creator in Maestros of the game, he was featuring a lot of diverse builds with a DT openers, Glaive Adepts, early Immortal into Slow Lords all-ins. Like, it was very, very diverse, and Creator, he did find some success with it, of course. But again, Classic is one to play pretty standard, and there it is, Pylon for the Stargate. Again, Classic, he's the kind of player that is willing to play standard, and if he sees an opportunity, he will throw down a Fleet Beacon and get ready for Sky Toss. Like, Classic, he thrives in the late game. I would say that Classic, he has the best late game PvZ in the world, better than Max Packs and better than herO. Like, you don't get better than Classic when it comes to specifically late game PvZ. So if he can get there, like, that's kind of his end goal. End goal is to get there. Of course, what makes Classic dangerous, and what makes him different to someone like ShoWTimE, for example, that typically does play more safe and standard games, is that Classic, he's willing to vary things up. If he sees an opening early on, then he will be aggressive, he will apply pressure, and he will attempt to kill you early on if he sees the opportunity to do so as well. So now that does threaten the shade. Classic is not as chaotic as herO when it comes to the mid game, but can be aggressive nonetheless. As we do have a Twilight Council before expanding. Okay, already here we do have what looks to be Glaive Adept. So hyper aggression here out of Classic. Bearing in mind, this is not a Twilight Council opener, it is a Stargate opener first into delayed Glaives. I mean, I'm assuming it's going to be Glaive Adept, so we'll keep an eye on the follow-up. We'll see if he does go for an earlier, sorry, if he goes for a later Forge, but again, this should be Glaives into a delayed third base. It's going to be on Shin to recognize what's going on, to realize, and to get a safety tech structure. Whether it's a Roach Horn or a Baliness, without either one of these tech structures, it's going to be a very tough hold. So Council is done. Third base is now on the way, and we're waiting for that upgrade. There it is, Glaive Adepts. So Glaive Adepts here at a Classic. Again, the reason, I mean, the kind of tip-off here of this was just how early the Twilight Council was compared to the third base. And Shin, his Overlord, is towards the natural. It's going to be a ways away here. It's going to take quite some time to scout the main base. Overlord is on the way. Let's go. Meanwhile, early Evo Chamber indicative of +1 melee, which means we are looking to skip Roaches and we're looking to skip Banelings, and this, it's all lining up for Classic. It is all lining up. Ay, ay, ay. Already 4 drones going down. Nice start. Oh no, the Oracle! The Oracle does go down. Okay, Shin, he punishes. 4 drones, 1 Oracle. That is not worth it for Classic. So this is a nice start for Shin as he loses 1 more drone. If only he was aware of what was coming his way. As we mentioned, because we're investing into +1 melee, Shin, he's going Ling Hydra. Seeing this many Adepts is not a sign, is not a tell, not yet. Shin is expanding, making a handful of Zerglings. Adepts are starting to move out. And Shin, he now throws down a Roach Horn, but this is a late Roach Horn. Ay, ay, ay. Here comes the army. Now Shin, he can still attempt to surround this. But if Classic gets into the mineral lines, it's gonna be a tough hold. And now he knows. Now he knows, now he's aware, he commits to shade. Lings are gonna be dealt with, and from here we can shade further into the bases. Yeah, every Zergling goes down. say that we do have somewhat of a trade. Only 4 adepts left. Gets into the main. 3 drone kills. Acceptable losses for Shin, and Shin holds. Whew. Shin, he is holding on. We have more adepts on the way. Remember, this build is without a robo, so there's no warp prism. There's no reinforcements across the map. They have to walk across instead, but they're getting in. Adepts are getting in. That's going to be 8, 9, 10 drone kills. Getting a little bit out of hand. Getting 11. 11 drone goes down. And with that, Classic takes an economic lead. Classic, he takes the lead. Remember, this build is not an all-in. You do expand behind it. You take up behind it. We have the Forge on the way. Temple Archives on the way. Blink is on the way. We're getting in towards the mid-game, ideally with a better economy. And the reality is, Classic does have the better economy. So Classic takes the lead. He's done enough damage. When it comes to Shin's setup here, Shin, he is working towards Hydras. Again, all the tech was delayed because of all the economic damage. And Classic isn't done. Oof. He's not done here. Another 4 drones. Oh, this is too much. This is far too much. This is critical damage. 6 drone kills and a queen. Oh, here queen goes down. Gets more drones. And remember, there are no roaches. Roaches, they're just now popping out. But they're so delayed. With that, adepts, they can shade out. They can and they will. They shade into the natural. More drone kills. And this is too much. This is too much damage here. Another 13 workers go down. That's going to be 29 drone kills in total. That is game-ending damage. Now, Shin can turn this into an all-in, but he is still investing into further tech, into Hydra upgrades, into Hydra tech. Shin is droning. Shin is supply block. That also is not helping. We have 4 overlords on the way to break out of the supply block, and Classic's just chilling. He's chilling back at home. Blink is done. Storm will complete. Even if Shin were to all-in, Storm would be ready for it. +1, halfway done. And Shin, I mean, there is going to be an idle position here where Shin could maybe try to catch Classic out of position. If Classic overextends, if Classic is too greedy, then Shin can catch him out. Shin is cutting workers. 71 drones. He's not fully saturating his 4th base. Ooh, brutal stasis traps. Stasis traps are going up. And Shin, he isn't taking up here. So it looks like he should be maxing out. Shin, he should be maxing out on Roach Hydra. Otherwise, we'd be seeing more drones, we'd be seeing more gases, and we'd be seeing an infestation pit. And we're not seeing any of that. So we're going for what looks to be a lair-based all-in. I do like this decision. I think this is maybe one of the best chances here, best choices for Shin. Is just focus purely on army and purely on the all-in. Shin trying to come in from behind. It does catch the Oracle. Oracle goes down. Classic, he does spot the army with the Observer. He's aware. Classic pulls away. He pulls back home. And Shin, he is about to max out. But remember, what do we say all the time? The soup lies. The soup does lie. This is an inefficient army. And remember, Shin, time is working against him. The longer this game goes on, the better it is for Classic. As Lings attempt to come in from behind, the Storms will connect. And Lings are going down. High Templar, can they get out of here? Oof! High Templar, they are being targeted down. Nice focus firing there out of Shin. Let's focus a couple of those High Templar. And remember, as we mentioned, no extra gases, no infestation bit, no lurker den, no hive, no nothing. It's purely a lair-based all-in. Shin, he needs to find more damage. So we're bringing more High Templar. +2 is on the way for Classic. Building up more Immortals. Classic's army is just getting better and better. Meanwhile, the army of Shin is stagnating. Brutal Zealot around by Shin. He can't afford to lose any drones right now. He doesn't really have much to begin with. As Biles, they graze some of the Stalkers. Brutal Storms on the Hydras, though. Storms are connecting. Cannons and Shoe Biters are coming into play. To land another storm. That's going to be 6 drone kills across the map. Again, brutal damage, and Shin, he shuts us down. He shuts us down completely. Again, this all-in was the best chance that Shin could have hoped for, but he was hoping as well that Classic would be on the map. If Classic was out on the map, if he was more active and more aggressive and overly aggressive, then it would have been caught out. But Classic, once he realized what was happening, he just raced back home. He raced back home, he fought with cannons, he fought with shield batteries, he fought with the defense advantage. And with that, despite Shin having like a 50 or 60 supply lead, didn't matter. Did not matter. There's a recall back home. And GG. GG gets called. Classic, he will take game number 1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Again, solid play out of Classic, playing very, very nicely, very, very well. Again, Classic took a massive lead with his Adept Harass. Unfortunately, Shin, he was unaware of the build of choice. As we were pointing out, we had the earlier Twilight Council, we had the later third base. Shin, he was unable to confirm, and Shin, he was blindly going Ling Hydra. He was blindly skipping Banelings and skipping the Roach Warren as well, which is pretty normal. It's pretty standard, pretty standard macro to be skipping that tech, which is why this build can work if your opponent doesn't scout, doesn't confirm how aggressive the Protoss really is being. So a very nice build of choice there by Classic. Everything did line up for him. And then from there, he just had to make sure he didn't make any mistakes when it comes to being overly aggressive on the map. Again, as you mentioned, once he realized that Shin was all in, he just backed off, defended back at home, snowballed out of control. GG. GG, well played. With that, we're now jumping into game number 2, and we'll see where this series takes us. We'll see if Shin can tie things up and force the ace match. Let's go. Let us go. Change the names. Oh, my apologies. My apologies. I think Troy Galaxy was still there, so my apologies. That was Classic versus Shin, if I didn't make that clear. I did have the wrong name for the entire game. My apologies. Fixed it up. Spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Maganatha, we have the South Korean Zerg player. We have the red Zerg, representing Weibo Gaming, WBG, down in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back. It is Shin. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have the blue Protoss player. We have the South Korean Protoss representing Virtus Pro. It is Classic. Classic still down in workers despite all those kills. That is not true. I mean, I'm referring to when he finished killing 29 drones. He killed 29 workers, but that message might have been like sent in the middle of the damage instead of at the end. But he did do like I would say game-ending damage with that. Shout out to Shin for again for kind of turning water into wine there, and for making an opportunity happen when it comes to his all-in. Again, that was, I would say, the best chance that Shin had. So I did like his response. With that, we're now getting into game number 2. So far, standard opener here out of Shin, going hatch gas pool. Meanwhile, Classic across the map just going gate, expand as a Cybercore. Once again, everything's looking normal, everything's looking standard. We are once again expecting a Stargate opener out of Classic, but when it comes to the follow-up, clearly we can see that Classic is willing to be spicy. Last game, we saw a Twilight Council before expansion. I don't expect to see that again. That's typically something you do once in a series. At this level of play, you do not want to rely on that at all. So we should be seeing either a different tech opener, like a Twilight Council, or Stargate into a third base into a standard mid-game. Pylon has been thrown down, and we're not really in position to hide tech, so we're expecting a Stargate, but we'll see. Keep an eye on Classic. Stargate is on the way. Classic does have a couple of options here to go into, say, a Void Ray opener or Phoenix Space opener as well. Not unheard of, but quite rare nowadays. There's players like ShoWTimE that are quite fond of going Oracle into Phoenix. We see that quite a lot. And Classic does dabble into that every now and then. Still a little bit more rare. Shin will expand. Takes his third. Classic, he attempts to pylon block, but last Shin, he's happily expanding. And there's a cancel. Classic gets in, gets one. Gets two. That's gonna be one. Okay, one drone goes down, and no shade out of Classic, so he will lose the Adept. That's a better trade for Shin. So nice defense. Shin takes down the Adept. And from here, Classic is expanding. Okay, so already we are deviating from game one. Remember, by now in game one, we already had a Twilight Council. This time, third base. Ooh, but the third base is going to be delayed. Nice moves out of Shin. He wants the Adept, he wants a probe. He wants a probe, and the probe does go down. A very nice delay. Classic, he's banking up to 500 minerals. Banking up to almost 600. Now has to expand. So late at third base here by Classic. At the same time, the Oracle pops off. Gets 3 drones. Pulls away. Classic not taking this line down. That is an early Twilight Council. Oh, actually, it is an early Twilight Council. It feels earlier than it really is because of the timing of the third. I typically kind of use the third base as a reference point in regards to timings. So I believe this should still be early, but the Overlord does get a full scout. Oh, so Oracle does pull away. Again, no Forge. Are we going into Glaives again, or are we going into early Blink? The answer is early Blink Stalkers. Okay, so late Forge, late +1, early Blink. Now, the purpose of this build is that Blink typically is lined up with the 4th base. When Shin attempts to take a 4th base, then Classic can be moving out with his Blink Stalkers and can try to cancel and force a fight and potentially pick off that 4th expansion. As here comes the Gateway Explosion. The downside of this build, of course, sure, it allows you to have that early timing. That is true with Blink Stalkers. The downside is that your upgrade is going to be delayed. So +1 is going to be later, +2 is also going to be later as well. So you have Shin getting into a later Eva Chamber himself, going to +1 range. Did get to take the Rotorn this time as well. I should have pointed this out earlier. But Shin is playing much safer this time, and he looks to get into a more Hydra-heavy composition with +1 range. Remember, last game he went melee and he skipped the Roaches. This time he's not skipping tech. So Shin, he was a little bit scarred after the last game. I don't blame him. So Shin is not cutting as many corners. Here's that 4th expansion. As we mentioned, Blink is almost done. So soon Classic can move out and apply pressure. Here he comes. And ideally, this denies the 4th. But as Classic moves out, Shin moves in. And Classic, he doesn't react. The Oracle will defend. Force to cancel the Gas Geyser. Here come the Stalkers again. Can he force that cancel? The hatchery is halfway done. A couple of Roaches are trickling in. The Roaches, are they going to be enough? This is what, 6 Roaches. I say 6, down to 4. Lings, they turn back around. The Oracle's here to support, and oh good, the 4th base is going to be denied. As we mentioned, this early Blink timing can hit very hard. Oh, the Queens though. The Queens are coming in. Can we save the base? Can we save the 4th? Nice Lings. Stasis goes off, more reinforcements have arrived. Classic is not backing off, he still wants more damage. Still wants that expansion, or at least the Queens. Still trading very nicely. +1 is about to kick in. And that's just so many dead Roaches here. Stasis is denied. Let's go. Denies the Stasis trap. First Stasis runs out, and Shin does hold. Ooh, Shin, he does hold on. Again, unless a lesser player would have lost his base. I mean, even here, Shin, he almost lost the expansion. He gets away with saving the 4th base. On top of that, Mutas. 7 Mutas are on the way. The Spire did complete, and I believe Classic has no idea. Classic, he never scattered. He never scattered the main bases. He does not know what's going on. I may have spoken too soon. Does he actually save the expansion? Classic, he wants it. Oh, he does get it. There's a recall. In the end, he does still kill the 4th base. Did cost him more, though. Did cost him more Stalkers. But the problem is that only now the Mutas pop out. And again, Classic never saw. Back at home, the natural is exposed. Main base as well. There's no cannons, no stack defense, no shield batteries, not at the natural or the main. Shin did a great job when it comes to hiding and preserving his tech. Now he's moving out. And Shin, he has potential with this, is what I will say. It's how many? 7? Yeah, 7 mutas. 7 mutas that can one-shot probes. Recalls on cooldown. And probes are going down. Late reaction by Classic. And very late reaction. 8 probe kills. 8, 9, 10 probes falling. I say 10, getting up to 13, 14. Can we get a mineral line? A couple of mutas are going down. And remember, Shin, he's not making any more mutas. We're done with muta production. We're purely making nothing but Roach Ravager. It's a 1-2 punch. Mutas distract. Mutas, they cause havoc. They cause chaos. And then Shin comes in with nothing but Roach Ravager to end the game. To kill Classic. Into the Cybercore. Cybercore goes down. No more Blink Stalkers. Storms, they will soften up some of the roaches. Brutal storm. Jesus, the storms are brutal. Storms are connecting. The roach army is crumbling here. And charge is almost done. Another storm on the roaches. We have, what, one more storm left. Oh, doesn't quite storm in time. Yeah, a bit of miscontrol there from Classic. As he will lose the High Templar. But here come those Zealots, and Classic, it looks like he will hold on. Yeah, there are no more reinforcements. And the problem here, as mutas, they do hit the field. They do hit the main, the natural. The problem here is that Shin, he wasn't droning. Shin, he wasn't droning. You can see he's transferring workers. He is not droning. He only has 64. He is very all in. Shin, he's on a 3-base. He's under a 3-base economy here. And Shin, he has no Hydroden. He does have an infestation bit. Okay, so he can get into Hive Tech. But the drone count is not there. Just doesn't have the economy for it. So once again, as the game goes on longer, it's getting better and better for Classic. Classic, he's just building up a superior army, just a better composition, a more efficient army. And Shin is on a timer. And as you can see here, Shin, he's building up to a second wave. He's choosing not to drone. He still has not droned in quite some time. And he's not taking either. He's not doing anything with the infestation bit. He's purely making more roaches and more lings. He's going for a second all-in. And once again, the hope for Shin is that Classic is too greedy. That Classic throws down like a Fleet Beacon, a second Stargate, throws down a second Forge, gets another expansion, hoping that maybe Classic gets a little bit too comfortable. And Shin, he's almost maxed. Remember, this is a very inefficient army. It's very supply inefficient, so yes, he is maxed out, but Classic, if he fights at home defensively, then he can still take the fight. Classic out of position. Yeah, he's out of position, trying to come back up. Storms are coming in. And Storms, they are connecting. But we're also running out of Storms. Yeah, the final 2 Storms. We have more. Actually, we have another. Never mind. The Storms, they do pop off. And the Roach Ravager army here is going to be cleaned up. We do have some more roaches here towards the northern base. 7 pros went down. This is a messy fight for Classic. Classic, he lost most of the High Templar. That should not have happened. But again, Classic was just caught mid-rotation, mid-move-out. And Classic does defend, but this was a messy defense. It was messy. He lost a lot of his. He lost all the High Templar. Now, the third all-in. Is the third wave going to be enough? Because the only game unit survived. Can the third wave do it? High Templar, they need more time. They're gathering energy. Again, that was maybe the best fight that Shin could have hoped for, was catching all the High Templar here in the open. Maybe the best he could have hoped for. Shin, he's trying to push forward. Once again, Storm does force him back. But he's running out of steam. Yeah, Shin, he's running out of roaches here. He's poking forward. This time the High Templar are preserved. This time the Immortals preserved. Like, these are the fights that Classic's been wanting. To fight with the support of his side defense. Bowser connects. Nice storm on the Ravagers. Oh. Yeah, Shin's just being outscaled. He's just being outscaled here. Again, this is the third all-in of the game, and they're just getting weaker and weaker every time. And with that, down goes the Roach Ravager. GG gets called Classic. He shuts him down, and Classic will take the series 2-0, advancing on to the quarterfinals. GG. GG, well played. Classic, he will claim the series. Again, Shin, he was hyper aggressive. He was very all in, both in game 1 and game 2 for different reasons. Game 1, we saw Classic deal critical damage with his Glaive Adepts, and he forced the all in out of Shin. Here, coming into game 2, Shin, the plan was to go for an all in after distracting with the mutas. So it was going into mutas, they go into a 3-base all in. He had 64 drones and only ever 64 drones, if not less than that, and then went for purely Roach Ravager. And we saw that, I mean, again, the map works against you. Magnatha is a larger map of the map pool, takes longer to get across the map. The mutas, they were doing decent damage, but alas, Storm was still ready in time, the army was still ready, and of course Defender's Advantage in favor of Classic, so the all-ins did fail. With that, Classic does claim it. GG. GG, well played. Classic will advance on into the next round, and let's see where we are next. Where are we dropping? Where are we dropping? Do we have another opponent? Let's find out. As we switch our teams over here towards the bracket, we have herO. herO is still mid-series against Ledlix in a PvP. Ledlix and Triple, they went all the way to the ace match, but herO is facing off against him. Meanwhile, Classic is waiting for the winner of herO and Ledlix in the quarterfinals. Scrolling down, Clem takes on Bjorn 2-1. Shout out to Bjorn. Bjorn, he took a map. He took a map off of Clem's Protoss. That is not easy. Not easy at all. But Clem does take him down in that PvT to advance on to the next round. We have Hearthstone versus Shameless mid-series. Going into that, I do favor Shameless, but best of luck to Hearthstone. He's going to need it against Shameless, so best of luck in that PvP. And best of luck to both of them, as they have Clem waiting for them in the next round as well. I know that Clem has been playing some PvP as of late, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know if he's willing to compete with it yet, though. I know that for a long time, what has been stopping Clem from making the full switch to Protoss has been PvP. It has been his weakest matchup with this Protoss, which is what has been stopping him. But yeah, that might change. That might soon change, as I think we have heard that he has been playing with it a little bit more as of late, and working on that matchup specifically. Scrolling down, we have ShoWTimE. ShoWTimE is up against Rebellion, and what other matches do we have? Find out. Scroll down. Scrolling down, we have a Nightmare. Nightmare takes on Ragnar 2-0, waiting for the winner of ShoWTimE Rebellion. That's pure PvP. Solar takes down takes them down 2-0. Solar waiting for the winner of Creator Geralt and his current opponent. It's possible that we might just not have updates there. Potentially. As it looks like the lower half of the bracket is being slowed down a little bit. Geralt, he's 19 minutes into his game. Jesus. So, they just finished. They just wrapped up. And we might have the winner of that series as well. Oh, that's Nanyu. Oh, Nanyu, let's go. Best of luck to Nanyu. I think Geralt won the series. So we're about to get an update on that. But of course, we are focusing on the upper half of the bracket. We are waiting for herO and Ledlix to wrap up, and then we're going to follow the winner of that series into Classic. So we're going to be focusing on the upper half of the bracket. Best of luck to all these players in the lower half. Best of luck to Solar, Creator, Geralt, ShoWTimE, Rebellion, and Nightmare. Yep, there's the update. Geralt, he just took down Nanyu 2-0, is up against Creator in the next round. That series is about to begin, and I believe Wardy is going to jump on that series. I think he's jumping on that, but cannot confirm. But the entirety of the first round has concluded. We wrapped up the first round. There we go. We can clean things up a little bit here, as now we have the round of 16. I'm surprised Light didn't get triggered by that. You might be referring to the, I guess, the UI, the name. I didn't notice it until afterwards. So do apologize. Do apologize for The wrong name being in the first game. Do apologize. But we will have some downtime. We'll have some downtime as we have to wait for herO and herO to wrap up this series. Someone's like OP. Oh, Yume, don't be a clown, Pappy. Don't be a clown. No, no. Oh. Again, Shin was just purely all-inning, Pappy. It's all-inning. Hope I was able to break down some of those games. Hope so. As yeah, for now we're just going to be going on a break. We are going to be locked into some PvPs for at least some of these matches here, but ideally, hopefully we can get into some Terran action. I don't know if anyone has an answer to this. I don't know if Clem is at the point where he's willing to play purely Protoss in this tournament. I think he wants to. I think that's the plan. ShoWTimE just took down Rebellion. But for now, I don't know if his Protoss is quite ready for that yet. Referring to his PvP and PvZ. But we'll see. We'll see. But now though, we're going on a break, and when we come back, we'll have a next series. We'll see you then. See you then after the break. If you want to check out some of the other matches, again, Wardy might be jumping into Geralt versus Creator, so you can follow that series. Otherwise, Rex is casting in his own native language, of course. We have Palmy as well, and we might have some of the other language casters covering some of the other matches alongside us. So you can check them out. You can check them out. Otherwise, we'll see you soon. We'll see you soon after the break. welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the quarterfinals of the WardiTV Monday number 50. I do apologize for the extended break, with the extended delay, but of course we had to wait for herO versus Lelix to wrap up to conclude before jumping into our next PvP. So here we go, jumping on in, spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Tokamak. We have the South Green Protoss player, we have the Blue Protoss. It is herO. Oh, repping that Zest portrait. Let's go. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the red Protoss player. We have the South Green Protoss representing Virtus Pro. It is a classic. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is a Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we jump into our PvP. Here we go. Again, Classic versus herO, always a lot of fun, always a treat to watch. They face off so very often, and they often trade back and forth. We often see hyper-aggressive games between them. We rarely see 3-base versus 3-base. It is an insanely rare sight. We're expecting proxies, we're expecting cheese, we're expecting aggression, we're expecting this to be a short series. Let's go. Let us go as we do have a 2-gate opener here out of herO, 2-gate opener out of a Classic. So far, so good. The probe does move out across the map. Classic, he is known for proxy robo. He's very fond of going proxy robo, so we'll keep an eye on our Protoss player for such a thing. Cybercore is on the way, and the probe is moving out for the initial scout, I would imagine. Oh, never mind. Proxy robo. And again, the reason why we mentioned proxy robo to begin with is just because, as we mentioned, Classic is known for it. He's known for it. He's very fond of it. We see it at least once in a series, sometimes twice, sometimes 3 times in a series, and that's what this should be. So we're waiting for the Cybercore to wrap up. Cybercore is on the way. Now, if we can call something like proxy robo soaking in herO, so again, herO, he will soon be scouting for such a thing, as he has not probe scouted across the map at all. There it is, proxy robo, 1-base all in, out of a Classic. To be expected, herO, he often, he's blindly going defensive robo. Let's go. Very smart play here by herO. Again, if we can call something soak in herO doesn't even scout, by the way. 0 scouting whatsoever. But again, Classic has a reputation, he has a play style, and herO is going for the blind counter. So things are looking better for herO coming into game 1. Stalkers do move out. And we'll see if herO can find the proxy. He's spreading out. Yeah, he does spread out. It does find the pylon. Does find the robo. Does swap both pylons as well. Which means this robo will stay powered. Classic coming from behind trying to save it. Immortal's being chronoed as we speak. It's being chronoed. Evs, they do come in from behind. Oh! Evs are getting caught out, but at least they're buying time for the Immortal. The Immortal will pop. And herO is just going across the map. he just walks across, baby. Let's go. Thankfully, defensively, Classic is making a sentry, so that will help in the defense. You can force field the ramp and lock down some of these Stalkers. Back, and remember, herO is making defensive Immortals this entire time. He will have the equivalent, if not greater, production. But he has to respect that sentry. Now he pokes in, sentry pops out. herO spots it, herO backs off. Okay, herO pulls away, doesn't want to get caught by that force field. Meanwhile, Classic overextends. Yeah, he does overextend. A massive pickup as the Immortal should go down. Oof. The Immortal falls. herO takes a massive lead. At the same time, force field looks like looks down 2 of those Stalkers. Yeah, 3 Stalkers of herO falling. herO, he did not respect the force field. Didn't respect the setup. So we have a give and take. We have a back and forth. herO losing Stalkers, Classic losing the Immortal, Classic dropping into the main base. herO, he wants to shut down the robo. But herO, he will lose some workers, he will lose some probes. Still up taking 1 shot. Oh, the boys are being pulled. There's a recall. Does recall back home. Again, it's going to be a messy defense here. It's going to be 4 probe kills. herO, he falls behind economically. But he will kill the robo. Robo's going to go down. Classic on 1 base going into a Stargate. Getting a 3rd gateway. With that, he can get into Phoenixes. And there are more depths warping in. And herO does not see this. He has no vision. He has no vision in his own main. And Eps's shading in. Let us say bust in. herO once again is out of position. More probes are going to be going down, and Classic, he may just have enough He gets another 2 worker kills. Still warping in. Nice juggling. Oh. But the Prism is going to be hunted down. One more volley. Oh, the Prism falls. Okay, herO holds. herO, he holds on. He's down to 19, down to 18 probes. But herO's holding. Immortals, they get across the map. And oh my god, these 2 Immortals, they can just go to town. Yeah, there's nothing to fear here. Shield's already triggered on the first Immortal. And herO, he should just take it from here. The Void Ray will help. Void Ray does force back the Warp Prism. The Immortals are still saved, so it's Warp Prism. Stalkers have arrived. And herO, he should still have enough to break through. Should still have enough. As there's no shield battery, no defense setup. Very nice force field. GG gets called, and herO takes game number 1. Whew, GG. herO takes the lead in the series, but as a reminder, what happened at the start of this game, herO went for a blind counter. He went for a blind counter, he just hard countered with a defensive robo. That is the ideal against a proxy 1-base all-in, and herO didn't even scatter initially, but he was setting up for it because Classic has a reputation. Everyone knows that Classic is fond of proxy robo, that's why we brought it up at the start of the game. Before the proxy was even revealed, and herO shut it down. GG. GG well played. With that, we're getting into game number 2. We're going to be loading into Maganatha. Now, I wouldn't put it past Classic, I'll be honest, to do it again. I would not put it past him to go for a 1-base proxy robo once again. Again, Classic is very fond of it. He's very fond of it here. So I wouldn't be surprised if herO even blindly goes for a safe robo, just like last time. We'll see. We'll see how players do deviate. We'll see how they do adjust. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Maganatha, we have the South Green Protoss player. We have the Blue Protoss leading the series 1-0. It is herO. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the red Protoss player, the South Green Protoss representing Virtus Pro. It is a Classic. We go. Now, I wouldn't be opposed to Classic, say, faking a proxy and going for a fake proxy pylon, or going for a proxy Stargate instead. There are different ways to open up, to be aggressive, and to maybe even fake out your opponent as well. We are in Maganatha. This map is known for proxies. The reason for this, yes, the map is very large, longer rush distance by ground, that is true, but also because it's so large, there are so many places to throw down proxies, to set up pylons, set up hidden tech structures. There are a lot of locations for that. Ooh, as Classic throws down his second pylon. Okay, second pylon in the main base. No proxy out of Classic this time. And herO scouting. Again, don't blame him, but here he's scouting for proxies. Checks the third location, checks the center location. And then goes across the map. Does move out across. Gate, Cyber, Expand. A greedy build this time at a Classic. He's cutting corners, which means herO can respond, yep, with a proxy of his own. He throws down the pylon. He moves in with a probe. He will confirm how greedy Classic is being, and herO can commit to a proxy robo into a 1-base all-in. Yep, herO goes in, sees only one gateway. He knows. So now herO, he knows he's in position to delay the expansion. Zealot moves in. Pylon is done. Will the Zealot chase the probe? herO trying to lose the Zealot. Hoping to. Stalkers are on the way. And herO, he needs to set up that proxy. It's late. So it's going to be a delayed proxy out of herO. Down goes the third gateway. He's rallying. He's rallying across the map. Again, winding it back here, Classic has been very greedy when it comes to his build. Classic scouts, and Classic, he does find the probe. Shuts down the worker. But he doesn't confirm the proxy gateway. With this, it should be Mass Stalker out of herO. It's Mass Stalker. Shield battery's already done. Oracle's on the way to harass across the map. And that does run into more Stalkers. And I believe Classic, he just scattered. Oh, didn't quite get in. Didn't check the natural. That is a little bit concerning. There we go. Void Rays on the way. More Stalkers are building up. herO, does he expand or does he throw down another gateway? He's got the money for it. He's got quite a lot, actually. Here comes the warp in. Warping in 3 Stalkers at a time. herO, he's overwhelming. That's a kill that I cancel on the shield battery. Oh my god. Stalker barely pulls away. Really does pull away. Oh, kills the Stalker as well. Shield battery's out of energy. And here he's done it. He has done it. He has broken on through. He has punished the greed of Classic. Classic gets across the map. There's a shield battery to defend. Boys are being pulled. And here he should be able to target down the Void Ray. Now there's nothing left to defend. And nothing is powered. The gateway is unpowered. The Stargate's unpowered. 0 army, 0 production. The boys are doing what they can. Honestly, they're fighting hard. But brutal losses here for Classic. As herO, he's here to 2-0. Across the map, he's also losing probes. But alas, herO has the army. Has the Stalkers. Does somewhat trade. As herO, he will lose almost every probe. He has the army, gets into the mineral line. He can just focus out all the pylons and just ensure that nothing ever powers up. Oracle does recall back home. And the Oracle will finally fall. That was the final unit here for Classic. GG gets called, and herO, he will take the series 2-0, advancing on to the semi-finals. GG. Ooh, GG, well played. Congratulations to herO, as it does claim the series. A very intense series here out of herO and Classic, as it always is. Game 1, Classic, he went for a proxy robo, 1 base all in. herO, he hard countered with his defensive robo. Here in Game 2, Classic went for the other kind of the other extreme. Instead, Classic, he went for a very greedy build. He went Gate, Cyber, Expand, and herO set up with the proxy gateway, 1 base all in, and he punished the greed of Classic. GG, well played. So again, herO, he was all over Classic, shut him down, and with that, herO does advance on into the next round. Question becomes, who's up next? Who is up next? Exclamation mark. Be in the chat to have a look at the back of yourselves. Let us switch our scenes over, catch up on the bracket. herO, he's waiting for the winner of Clem and Shameless. Meanwhile, ShoWTimE is waiting for the winner of Geralt, Creator, Solar, and everyone else. So we're heading over to the European server. We're heading over to see if we can catch the tail end of Clem versus Shameless. I don't know if they're being casted by anyone, by one of the other language streams. I believe Wardy was with us for the PvP. So I guess we're about to find out. Maybe Pommy was casting? Maybe. Yeah. So Pommy is casting, and so is Coca. So Coca and Pommy, they're casting in their respective languages. And we'll see where they are in the series. Are they playing PvP?
Le prochain boulot à l'équipe, allez faire.
Sorry, that was Coca. So Clem is up 1-0. He's up 1-0 against Shameless. And they started 2 minutes ago. They started 2 minutes ago, so unfortunately we weren't going to be able to catch him. Unfortunately. But with that, we're either going to get into the ace match of Clem versus Shameless, or we'll be getting into herO versus Clem. One or the other. That is going to be our next matchup. Beautiful, beautiful. And again, if you want to tune into Clem versus Shameless, that is currently being covered by Pommy and by Coca. They got you, buddy. They got you. Harsam's also, oh, there you go. Apparently Harsam's also covering that game. There you go. Harsam also in that series. But otherwise, we have some downtime. So we're going to be going on a break. We're going to be going on a short break. Again, when we come back, we'll either have the ace match of Clem and Shameless, or we'll have Clem versus herO. One or the other. One or the other is going to be coming up next to the channel. Otherwise, take this time to get some snacks, get some food, get some water, drain your disruptors, massage your marines, and hydrate all of your hydras. We'll be back soon with our next series. See you soon. See you soon. Bye. See you soon. welcome all the scenes and welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the semi-finals or semi-finals here of this week's WardiTV Monday number 50. Oh, I do apologize for some of the downtime that we had, but again, oh no, that's Clem has spilled some tea. Oh no. Feels bad, man. Feels bad. But yes, I do apologize for the downtime, but we were of course waiting for Clem versus Shameless to wrap up, and they just did conclude their series. Clem did take down Shameless 2-0, and now we're jumping into our semifinals. Another PvT, a fresh series, of course. Meanwhile, the lower half of the bracket is still progressing, slowly progressing. We have Solar alongside Creator, alongside ShoWTimE. They're all facing off amongst each other to determine who will advance on into those semis, into the grand finals thereafter. Of course, we'll be going over the lower semis after this series. Oh no, not the tea, not the tea, Pappy, not the tea. Oh no, not like this. Yeah, hopefully not too much was spilled, and hopefully nothing got onto his keyboard and onto his mouse either. I don't think I've ever had the unfortunate occurrence of that happening to me before, but maybe I've just been lucky. But yeah, I can imagine that would be awful, actually, in terms of trying to clean everything up and make sure nothing's sticky and make sure everything works well as well. So fingers crossed. Fingers crossed it didn't just destroy his keyboard. Oh boy. Not like this, Pappy, not like this. Hope it's not on the keyboard. Yeah, that's what I mean. Hopefully. What's the T? Is he defecting to Team Falcons? Oh no. It's gonna turn into Shopify Clem. Not like this. Oh! Okay, we're good. He was able to suck up all the tea. We're good to go. We're jumping into our series and spawning in the bottom hand corner of Tokamak. We have the red Protoss player. We have the red Protoss himself representing himself. Currently teamless. It is herO. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have the blue Terran player. We have the French Terran representing Team Liquid. It is a Clem. And if you're in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we jump into our TVP. Let's go. Let us go. How can Clem play without his tea? Exactly. Oh no. Not the tea. Might have some tea after this, actually. Might have some. Ben was streaming last night. He was trolling half of the game. Half of the games. No. I mean, that's typically not applicable to his tournament performance, but interesting to hear that he was streaming. Again, Clem, he was on vacation for quite some time. That's why we haven't really seen much Clem over the past, like, 2 months or a month and a half. Basically, ever since July, ever since EWC, he went to Croatia, spent some time off, you know, was enjoying himself before only recently coming back to StarCraft, coming back to actively competing on a more regular basis. So Clem, he's back. He's back, Pappy. He's back. If you remember, that's also why Clem couldn't actually compete in Uthermal's 2v2 circuits, because he had no PC. He had no PC available. He had no setup. But otherwise, double gas. Double gas opener out of Clem, going for a faster factory. Meanwhile, across the map, herO going for his own standard opener so far. Now, coming into this, we have had a back and forth between Clem and herO. Now, you could argue that partially it is because Clem has been a little bit more rusty, as he did have some time off. But in general, Clem and herO, they usually trade. Personally, I wish that they face off in the finals. I would love to see a full series, a full best of 5 between the two of them. Here, we just merely have the best of 3, and I wish them the best. Wish them both the best. I'm hoping that we can make it to the ace match, but the pressure is on nonetheless. Pressure is on. Okay, let's go. Let us go. Clem does move out. So far, going to be zoned away. Behind this, we are going to be opening up a Reactor Reaper Hellion. We can go for the add-on swap into Widowmine production. Likewise, we can go into early Tech Labs, into early Banshee play as well. Clem, he has a lot of options with this more tech-heavy start. Meanwhile, Twilight Council opener out of herO. Nothing too crazy, nothing too wild. We have seen herO dip into Stargate play every now and then, but it's very map dependent. Very map dependent, and here, of course, we're just seeing something more standard. We're expecting Blink into an extra gateway setup. We have seen herO go for early charge, but again, that's typical for smaller maps. Maps like Pylon, maps like Ultralove. It's on these smaller maps where we do see a higher chance that we open up with charge instead of Blink Stalkers. There it is. Blink is on the way. Extra gateways as well. So far, we're getting up to 2 gates from the side of herO. And back at home, we're actually reactivating our Marines, and we're not stopping with that. We're not going for the add-on swap. So Clem can go for an earlier move out. As the mine drop is coming. As we got more Marines. We'll see if we go for a wood mine drop alongside a Marines as well. As there's a 3-gate setup into a robo all on 2 bases. We may even just take our gases on 2 bases and even tech up a little bit further before expanding. Again, in current meta, it's much more common for Protoss players to delay their turns. So far, 1 Marine gets picked up. herO gets a second, gets a Reaper as well, not bad. Nice pick off out of herO. As he does spot the drop. Hellion goes down, drop is spotted, herO attempting to intercept. herO, he fans out the Stalkers, but he does actually miss this. Medevac does get in. Does hit the natural, there's a recall. herO forced a recall. Oh no, the Probe Zoo stack! Probe Zoo stack, thankfully not cut, does pull away in time. 1 Stalker goes down, not a bad pickup here from Clem. Widowmine drop into the main base as the Widowmine is going to connect. Oh no! Oh. Does retarget. 2 probe kills in total. That was very close. Very close, very clutch, but in the end, herO does hold. Does hold, does defend. Behind this, getting a 3rd base. That is a 3rd base into gases into Storm. Storm is going to be on the horizon. The Clem back at home, going to be opening up Cloak Banshee and is taking a 3rd CC, not going for an all-in. Again, there are certain players that are more known for 2-base all-ins, players like Bunny, players like Cure, players like Maru, but Clem, he is one that mixes up a little bit more, and here we are embracing a longer game state, getting into the mid-game. Let's go. Let us go. So building up. herO, he does defend against the Widowmine drops, but at the same time, he is stuck at home. The Stalkers are all pinned back. That means that Clem, he's free to just build up at home. There's no harassment, there's no pressure. Oh, and Clem, he is going into mech. Again, this is a style that has been very trendy as of late. If you've been watching players like Cure, players like herO Marine, and players like, I mean, obviously Gumiho, he's been doing this even, you know, when it was not popular. But in recent times, Cure, Maru, herO Marine, they've been embracing mech a lot more. Clem as well. So we are going to mech it up. This has become more standard in recent months. Ever since EWC, even slightly before Esports World Cup. Now, because this has been so trendy, here I'm sure he's familiar with this, but he hasn't confirmed yet. So here he still has to go in, still has to confirm the battle mech. As he does spot a 2nd Cyclone. That is a bit of a tell. Double Banshee here towards the 3rd base. herO had a position. Turns back around. Does he have detection? Yeah, Observer's not quite a position. They're in the main base. So far, no major damage yet. Observer is responding. At least trying to. That's going to be 7, 8 probe kills. Ay, ay, ay. Workers going down. Once again, this distracts herO. herO, he doesn't get into the bases. herO, he still doesn't know what's going on. Again, here comes the battle mech. Likewise, here he's a little bit supply blocked. He's about to warp in. I'm not sure he can really break through us. Now he confirms, now he knows. And he will lose a free immortal. One immortal gets thrown away. Ay, ay, ay. Now we get the Forge in production. herO, I don't see him breaking this. He's going for it, though. We'll see if he can break through. Okay, there's 2 tanks behind this. Tank roller goes off on the Archon. Voids are being pulled. We do get on top of the first tank. 1 tank goes down. Can he get 2? He can. Very nice target firing here at a herO. Takes out both tanks, but he needs more zealots. Stalkers, they blink away. Once again, solid positioning. Zealots do tank, but he's running out of charge lots. And herO doesn't have enough. Yeah, he doesn't have enough here. He broke through the tanks, so that's all he got. Does get the mineral line, but that's going to be a loss of the entire army. Every Stalker goes down. The War Prism goes down. He gets 15 SCVs. But Clem, he should commit to the counterattack. Oh. As he almost gets a free immortal. herO desperately warping in. Clem has momentum. Clem still up in workers despite losing 15 SCVs. That is brutal. And with that, Clem, he should just overwhelm. Takes down the immortal, gets on top of some of the production, gets into the middle island as well. Zealous can be efficient, but the numbers just aren't there. Yeah, Zealous just melt against the Hellbats. And GG gets called. Clem, he overwhelms. Clem takes game number 1. GG. Whew, GG, well played. Again, herO misjudging the third base. He saw the setup, he saw the army, he decided to go in anyway, and it did not go his way. He got the tanks, true, he got 15 SCVs, but that was not enough. That was nowhere near enough damage. Here he lost the entire army, and from there, Clem snowballs out of control. GG. GG, well played. With that, Clem takes the lead, and we'll see if Clem can claim the series here and now. Meanwhile, a big shout out to Chileno Singaporean in the chat. Ga, papi, ga, ¿qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Este chileno. Supporting us for 50 months. That is crazy, but it's crazy. 50 months of support. Thank you so, so much. Este chileno. Gracias, papi, gracias. Thank you, thank you. Do appreciate it. Do appreciate it. As we're jumping into game number 2. Winding it back, again, like herO, he didn't really know what was going on until it was too late. He committed with his entire army across the map, and seeing that defensive mech setup, he could not break that position. He attempted to, he believed he could. Oh, as we do have to remake. But again, herO did misjudge, and with that, GG. GG, well played. We're now getting ready for game 2. Unfortunately, Clem, he did pick the wrong race coming into Last Fantasy. But yes, game 2 is going to be on Last Fantasy. The most vetoed map of the map pool. But here, for this best of 3, made it through the vetoes. Did make it through. So getting into game number 2. As spawning in the top side of Last Fantasy, we have the red Protoss player. With the red Protoss, we have the South Green Protoss representing himself, currently teamless, and down in the series, can he force the ace match? The pressure is on. It is herO. And spawning in the bottom, or in the right side, on the right side of Last Fantasy, we have the French Terran player. We have the blue Terran representing Team Liquid, leading the series 1-0. Onomas, one more game is all he needs. It is Clem. Let's go. Let us go as our players are going to be setting up. And again, welcome on to Last Fantasy. Last Fantasy is a 3-player spawn map. You can spawn in right side, left side, and top side as well. So 3 possible spawn locations. And it's going to be up to our players to scout each other. Now, when it comes to Last Fantasy, I'll be honest, I don't really know how to place this map just because we rarely get to cast on it. To be honest, we rarely get to see maps or games on Last Fantasy. Last Fantasy does have all these speed zones in the center. There's a little bit of RNG when it comes to the base location and where your opponent is going to be spawning in. What I will say is that there are a lot of choke points here on Last Fantasy, and you can force longer and later games because of that after a certain point. But I would imagine our players want to be more aggressive. Also, I can see Clem embracing mech again here. That is going to be another viable option here for him. It'll be an option. We'll see if he goes for it. For now, economic opener. As opposed to last game, this time single gas ranks expand out of Clem. So it does open economically. So we love to see it. And here it does scout the more economic start. So here it is aware. He's aware. Getting our first adept out. And Clem is playing this safe. He's getting a safety bunker up and running. Bunker's on the way. Will defend his natural. And here is going to be opening up Stargate. I mean, because the more economic start from the Terran player, this tells me that Stargate play is going to be more viable. It's going to be safer here for herO. But I'm not sure if I'm fond of the idea. My big concern here is that there's not really much dead space in between the bases. Remember, these are air blockers as well. The map is smaller than it seems. It can be more difficult for Phoenixes, for example, and Oracles to actually find damage. But we'll see. We'll see if herO can pull this off. See what he can get done. As I've said, he commits to shade to take down the Hellion. Not bad. One Hellion does fall. Oracle's on the way. Does pull out. Here comes a Phoenix production. Ideally to gain map control to shut down drop play to contain the Terran. Speaking of, the Metamech is in production for the Widowmine drop. We'll see if herO can shut it down. Bearing in mind that Clem has not scouted. He doesn't even know where he is. True. Clem, he doesn't know where herO spawned in. As he's checking the left side. Still scout towards the left. We have a Cloak Banshee follow-up. I appreciate that here he's not showing his hand yet. As now he dives into the bases. So let's find a couple of SCVs. And 3-4 SCV kills. Not bad. At the same time here, he does scout the tank. He does scout the research. He knows. He's where the Cloak Banshee. Wood Angel comes in. Lifts one. Oh no! Misclick! Jeez. Tells them both. Barely should kill both Widowmines as one Widowmine scuttles away. But does fall. herO defends. A messy defense, but does defend in the end and does get 5 SCV kills across the map as well. Nice damage. Oracle did get away. And Clem once again is going into mech. It's curious as to the follow-up. I also appreciate this. Clem, he cancelled Cloak. He respects herO. He knows he got scouted. It does cancel. Doesn't waste his resources. He's also, of course, aware of the Phoenixes. From here, we're headed towards Battle Mech. Meanwhile, herO should be going into charge. So we're getting into a longer game. Here he does have some building up to do. And did herO see additional factories? He did not. So herO is still not fully aware as to what's going on. For all he knows, it could still be Bio as a follower. So herO, he has to confirm. And once he does, I'm hoping he doesn't try to break the third again. Because that did kill herO last game. herO, he does see the factory at the ramp. He saw lack of add-on. He might have seen enough. I mean, now he knows. Ooh. Clem, he does hide the rest of his cyclones. So you can see Clem is trying to deceive. Trying to. So Clem is pushing. He's got his Hellbat chops. Medivacs have arrived. What do we have to defend here? We have Mass Phoenix, but where are the Zealots? We have only 5. Yeah, only 5 Zealots. herO, he's not ready for this. He does not scout the move out either. Here's in the dark. Clem, he should bait out the stasis. Very nice. The boys have been pulled. 2 bases all in. Clem, he's going for the kill. He's going for the kill, going for the throats. And he should break through. There's just not enough Zealots here. Some of the Cyclones are a little bit too far forward, but they do punish the Phoenixes. Ideally, Cyclones want to avoid the charge lots. So Clem, he does rotate over towards the natural. Depowers the gateway. Walling up behind his army. This is ideal against Zealots specifically, as they are melee-based units. And Clem, it looks like he has done it. Yeah, he zones away the Phoenixes, breaks the natural base. And Zealots, they just can't engage. They cannot engage. He fully walls off the natural. Zealots are going down. Phoenixes, they just struggle against the Mass Cyclone. And Clem, he snowballs out of control. Snowballs out of control, breaks through the bases. There is no defense. Again, herO, he missed the move out as well, right? He missed the move out. He missed what's coming his way. There was a late scatter souls going on. As herO pulls the boys, but GG gets called, and Clem, he will take the series 2-0, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. Whew. GG, well played, Clem. He does claim the series, making it up and making it happen. Again, if you haven't been watching StarCraft over the past 2 months, you might not have seen this, but a lot of players have been dabbling in mech in PvT. Players like Cure, players like Maru, players, I mean, Gumio always has, Ryung likewise always has as well, but some of the other Koreans and Europeans, Gabe, that's the other one, Hero Marine, Gabe also been playing a lot of mech against Protoss, pre and post EWC, and has been, yeah, quite trendy, quite trendy. GG, well played with that. Clem does advance on, and let's catch up on the bracket. Let's figure out where we are and what the hell's going on. Oh. Okay, we have some results here. Solar takes down Creator 2-0, and Solar is going to be facing up against ShoWTimE in the lower semis. We're nearing the end of the tournament. We're nearing the end of the broadcast. So up next we have Solar versus ShoWTimE, and following that we're going to be getting into Clem, as Clem is waiting for the winner of that series. I believe Solar and ShoWTimE have not started yet. I believe they were waiting for us, so we can soon jump into that series. Solar and ShoWTimE. Okay, so again, this is going to be a fresh best of 3. Vetoes, they should be wrapping up by now, as they have had some time to themselves. Should be wrapping up. Otherwise, we're going to be going on a short break. We're going to be going on a short break here. Only a couple of minutes. When we come back, we'll have ShoWTimE and Solar, and then the winner against Clem, as we have 2 series left in the broadcast. See you soon. See you soon after the break. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the lower semifinals of the WardiTV Monday number 50. Again, the second last series of the broadcast. Clem is waiting in the grand finals for the winner of this series. Who's it going to be? We're here to find out. As spawning on the top side of Maganatha, we have the German Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing Sentinels. It is a ShoWTimE. And spawning in the bottom side of Maganatha, we have the South Korean Zerg player. We have the blue Zerg representing Team Falcons. It is Solar. We go. So we are going to be setting up. We are settling in. Ooh, and again, Solar, he just took down Creator 2-0. Impressive feat there by Solar. Unfortunately, we weren't able to cover that series, weren't able to cast it. We were busy with our own herO and Clem matches. But despite that, a strong showing in his PvZ, in ZVP so far. But how does he compare to ShoWTimE? Now, ShoWTimE is a very solid player. He often does play towards the mid to late game. He's typically the defender as well. Solar, on the flip side, is usually the aggressor. We've seen Solar invest and embrace a lot of 3-base all-ins. 3-base all-in after 3-base all-in after 3-base all-in. That's what we're expecting out of Solar. Can Solar break ShoWTimE? Or will he fail to do so and will ShoWTimE snowball out of control? That is going to be the dynamic that we have here between these two players. Typically, it's ShoWTimE's win condition is defend, survive until late game. Soul's win condition is kill ShoWTimE before the late game. Well, we'll see if he can. See if he can. So far, we are going to be settling in. Again, we're expecting a standard build here out of ShoWTimE. Stargate opener into a 3rd base, into +1 and blink, into splash damage, into a 4-base setup in towards the late game. From the side of Solar, we'll keep an eye on him. We'll see if he goes for an early Evo chamber into Ling Hydra. We'll see if he goes for a safety Roach Warren into a Roach base opener instead, into Roach Hydra. We'll see if he does try to be cheeky here on these larger maps like Maganatha, like even Tokamak a little bit as well. You can get away with opening up standard and then throwing down a Spire when your lair finishes up and going and trying to slip into Mutaplay. Also a cheeky way to catch opponent off guard to get a lead and to try to snowball out of control. So there are options here for Solar. We'll see what he goes for. I will say that against ShoWTimE, it's safe to cut corners and safe to be greedy. Oh, and before I forget, Jesus, before I forget, it's Gamma time. Predictions are open. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. I can see this going to the ace match. We've seen this go to the ace match, actually. ShoWTimE and Solar, they often go back and forth. I feel like this is going to be a harder one to call, so best of luck in the chat. I think I might lean a little bit towards ShoWTimE, but again, this can go either way. Go either way. All I want is an ace match. All I want is a game 3. Now that we're settling in. Again, Stargate open it into Oracle. This should lead into the 3rd. There we go. We do see our linear 3rd base being taken by ShoWTimE. Does take the linear 3rd, pokes in, shouldn't really get much damage done with this. 2 Adepts, they can one-shot drones, but Lings are keeping up. Oracle into the main base, Queen's in position. The Spore is barely not ready though. Yeah, the Spore was slightly delayed, and with that, that's going to be 3 drone kills. Nice damage here by ShoWTimE. So a nice start from our Protoss. Behind this, that is an earlier Twilight Council. Okay, so we have one of 2 things available here. Again, the Twilight Council is early, the Forge is late. This is either going to be 2 extra gateways and we go into 4 gate Glaive Adepts, or we throw down a gateways and a delayed Forge into early Blink Stalkers. One or the other. Ah, there's the Forge, looks like early Blink. Now, if you remember, if you were here for Classic series, for Classic versus Shin, Classic went for this very same build. And what did this lead into? We spoke about it. Early blink means that the blink timing does hit the 4th base, the 4th base of Solar. If you remember, Classic did kill the 4th base of Shin and was able to barely snowball from there. It was very close though. He ended up forcing Shin into an all-in, if you remember, into a 3-base all-in with 64 workers, with Roaches, if you recall, with Roach Ravager. We'll see if ShoWTimE can likewise also kill the 4th base of Solar. So again, that's the timing that's going to be available here for ShoWTimE. Safe Strap is going to be denied. Solar, no Roach Warren. So no Roach Warren, no Baliness. We have early Eva Chamber. I say early Eva Chamber. The Eva Chamber is a little bit more delayed here. We'll see if he goes into melee. I'm a little bit less certain for Solar. Where are we headed? Solar has the gas. Lair is done. He's holding onto that gas. There is a build that Solar goes for where he skips, where he gets the Eva Chamber, he skips any upgrade, he goes for the Hydrogen, and he goes for a Lair Tech Hydra all-in. As against Solar, he has the gas. No upgrade. Okay. Have my attention. I've typically seen Solar go for this build on Ultra Love on some of these smaller maps instead. But again, the lack of upgrade, I'm pretty sure is intentional. Meanwhile, here comes ShoWTimE. Remember, Blink is finishing, and if you recall, we did mention this is designed to break the fourth, and he will break it. The fourth base is going to go down, and very nice. We can see Solar going for the Link counter attack, and back at home, there are some cannons or some shield batteries. ShoWTimE does a recall, or does he keep pushing? He's going to keep going. Again, he knows that, hey, all those things won't be at home to defend. Solar, he's vulnerable. Wings are being targeted. Goes off. Slowly turns around with the Zerglings. ShoWTimE does notice. So nice movement here by ShoWTimE. Solar, he starts the upgrades. This is late +1 range. Again, I was almost convinced that he was delaying it intentionally. But +1 range now has begun. Infestation bits on the way. This tells us that Solar, he plans on building up into a longer game, but the upgrades are late. The tech is late, and the fourth base is also late. So I'm liking ShoWTimE's position more. ShoWTimE is in a better position. He moves out to harass. Does scout the infestation bit. He knows. He knows that Solar wants to get into Hive Tech. Oh, Hydras will intercept. He gets one. Gets one of the Oracles. And here comes the tech. Lurker, Den, Hive. ShoWTimE, because of the revelation, he sees the Hive. He is at least aware of that. But there is going to be a window here where ShoWTimE could try to kill Solar before Hive Tech. Oh, the High Templar! Templar getting called out. Oh no! Force the Morphin Archons. Oof, that is brutal. Ay, ay, ay. And imagine this move out, this timing. We would have 6 High Templar with what, 12 Storms? This push would have 12 Storms and potentially Solar. He'd be broken here and now. Potentially ShoWTimE could have just kept pushing. We're now down to 0 Storms. Ay, ay, ay. And that means suddenly ShoWTimE cannot kill Solar, and Solar, he will get into Lurkers. Again, there was an opportunity here to try to break Solar before Lurker attack, but not anymore. Again, shout out to the MVP Lings. Like the MVP Zerglings. Forcing out all those Archons. And denying potentially 12 Storms. Ah. So with that ShoWTimE, yep, he has to tech. He has to take up Stargate, Fleet Beacon. I would say this is late. I would say this is late now for ShoWTimE. Now the opposite is true, where Solar's going to be able to max out on Hydra, Lurker, Viper. And Solar could potentially break ShoWTimE before Skytoss. So momentum does swing in favor of Solar. The Link's getting caught out. ShoWTimE does back up. Nice catch on the Zerglings at least. High Templar, they move away. Zerglings called out. So how many Lurkers? 10. 10 Lurkers for Solar. Solar moving in. Edging himself closer. He's edging forward. And again, ShoWTimE, his wing condition here is just buy time for Tempest. Just buy as much time as he can. Get those Tempests out. If the Lurkers clump up, we can try to storm. Speaking of, Storm does catch the tail end of the lurkers. Oof. We get no K-Storm, but one High Templar goes down. At the same time, ShoWTimE, he gets into the middle line. He does force back some reinforcements. Storm of the Hydras. Tempests are arriving. Oh no! Oh, three High Templar go down. Brutal losses there for ShoWTimE. As that was every High Templar. He's down to 0. 0 Templar left. 0 Storms. Bit of miscontrol out of ShoWTimE. But he can get on top of the lurkers. There are not enough Hydras. Yeah, not enough Hydras, not enough support. ShoWTimE, he will take this fight. He will barely take it. One lurker left. One lunker. Nope, never mind, 3. 2 more lurkers moving in. High Templar once again, they move in a little bit too close. ShoWTimE, he will clean this up. At the same time, 7 drones going down. We have the token swarm host. Let's go. And ShoWTimE survives. He survives. He holds onto his 4-base setup. Lurkers now being rebuilt. Nice Storm on the Hydras. ShoWTimE decides one of the lurkers. But the base is getting so very low, and Solar, he wants the expansion. He's within range. He's within range. The Nexus does fall. ShoWTimE knocked down to 3 bases. He cannot sustain himself, and Solar, he's overrunning. He's just overrunning ShoWTimE, never allowing him to max out. We spoke about it. ShoWTimE's win condition was to get into Skytoss and max out. Solar, it's on him to break ShoWTimE before that happens, and he has done it. He has done it here. Sure, we have a couple of Tempests, but it shouldn't be enough. Corruptor production has begun. And ShoWTimE, he can't afford to max out, not on 3 bases like this. He has the worker count, but he doesn't have the base count. He's heavily oversaturated. Oh. Taste on the base. Oh, as there was a massive lag spike there. Hopefully everything's okay. Hard to say if it was a player or someone in the lobby, like one of the casters. But we did see that. Indy, stay with us, papi. Indy. Stay with us. As we do get some nice storms on lurkers. Storms that connect well. The Corruptors are a little bit late to the party. Now moving in. And they get in some of the Tempests, so we got 1 Tempest going down. The Archons, they try to support, but oh no, the Archons, they get shut down by the lurkers. And with that Solar, he has done it. He pushes up the ram. GG gets called. Solar, he will take game number 1. He will take a lead in the series. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Solar, he does take a lead. Again, ShoWTimE, he had some opportunities here, but we saw some big power spikes for Solar. I'm speaking specifically of the moment where he caught the 6 High Templar. It was so brutal. We were just about to bring up the fact that ShoWTimE, he had a window where he could be aggressive, where he could push and try to break Solar before lurkers. And then he lost 6 High Templar, 6 full energy High Templar. That was a brutal moment. It meant that ShoWTimE, he was stuck at home. Solar, he got away with his lurker tech, and with that, he maxed out. With that, he was able to max out, able to push in, able to break the 4th base, and with that, ShoWTimE, he could just never get a 4th base up and running. Never got it up. GG. Ooh, GG, well played. And with that, we're now getting into game number 2. We're going to be loading into Incorporeal. Another one of these larger maps. Okay. Go. As spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Incorporeal, we have the red Protoss player, the red Protoss. The German Protoss representing Sentinels down in the series. Can he fight back? Can he force the ace match? The pressure's on. It is ShoWTimE. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the South Korean Zerg player. We have the blue Zerg representing Team Falcons. It is Solar. We go. So we are going to be settling in and calming things down. So we had a lot of twists and turns in the last game that eventually led into Solar embracing his lurkers. He got to his lurker tech, got maxed out, had map control as well, for the most part. We'll see if he can get there. Once again, I do favor ShoWTimE if he can get into a secure 4-base economy, if he can max out with SkyToss. That's a big if. Again, it wasn't a bad start for ShoWTimE. Remember, ShoWTimE, he killed the 4th base. He traded well against the Zerglings. Like, it was a nice start for ShoWTimE. It all did fall apart. Is Indy the new Emil? Oh no. I don't think there is. Unfortunately, I feel like internet has gotten too good to the point where it's just not a thing anymore. We used to lag out on a regular basis every WardiTV Monday, if you recall. I think it was every WardiTV Monday. Early on. Until we got things fixed up. Sorry, not WardiTV Monday. It was ESL Book of Asia. That's it. I think it was almost every... It was either ESL Asia or ESL Americas. As apparently there was like an issue with our infrastructure. Sometimes we get like an indie disconnect, or sometimes like an Enki disconnect. But yeah, internet's too good. We don't have another Emil. Ah no, ah no. Smurge. He'll always have a soft place in our hearts, though. I still see, like, whenever someone disconnects, like in a big like DreamHack event or something, like people spam Emil in the chat. It's beautiful. At this one, he has become like a meme, like the NASL sound guy for sure. For better or for worse, I feel like Emil's been immortalized in the StarCraft 2 community. Ah. For better or for worse, Este Emil. As for now, we do have a Twilight Council opener. Twilight Council opener at a ShoWTimE. Oh, sorry, Twilight Council follow-up at a ShoWTimE after the Stargate before the 3rd base. Now, if you remember, we did have an earlier Twilight Council last game, but that was after the 3rd. So that led into early Blink, which led to ShoWTimE killing the 4th base. This is much more aggressive. There is still no 3rd expansion. This should be Glaive Adepts. Technically, there are some quirky niche builds where we can go into Charge, for example, or something like that. But it should be Glaives, and it should be just hyper aggression at a ShoWTimE. This is designed to punish a player that skips roaches. And last game, Solar did skip roaches. So if Solar cuts corners, these Glaive Adepts will punish. Ooh, stage trap into the main. Takes a lot of hull damage. Oh no! Takes a lot of damage. The Oracle does barely get away. Very low HP, was not worth it. Solar, he's droning. Save the roach forms on the way. Ay, ay, ay. So Solar, he's playing safe, which means he has access to roaches. Not just that, but he can also have a little bit better SimCity here to wall off. So ShoWTimE was hoping that Solar would be a little bit greedier here. This is a big investment. This has to get some damage done. Remember, this is not an all-in for ShoWTimE, but it's still quite committed. If he fails to trade well, then he will fall behind. And here comes ShoWTimE. If you recall, Classic, he went for this build in his series against Shin, and Classic, he was able to kill 29 drones. It's a lot to live up to. Oracle goes down, a nice target firing at a Solar. Adepts are working their way in. Full wall up here at the natural. Adepts cannot gain access to the natural base. He's trying to, though. Yeah, ShoWTimE trying to knock down that front door. Elasted is rebuilt. Shades on over. Shades into the mineral line. Doesn't kill any drones. Quick reactions out of Solar. And again, so far, this is not good enough. But we do have more adepts coming in. More adepts are reinforcing. ShoWTimE now trying to get out of this. Blink is on the way into Forge, into +1, into Robo, into splash damage. As a couple of adepts do shade in. 3 drones. I still remember his retirement announcement on the water side. Yeah. Este mío. Much love. Much love to Emil. Here, ShoWTimE is forced back, and now Solar can get comfortable. Now we can get comfortable. Now I can get very, very comfortable here. Solar now taking up. We have the Hive on the way. Hive is on the way. Hydrogen's on the way. Now we can take up into Lurkers. We can join up our 4th base. Solar, he's free to do what he wants. He could have even gone into an all-in from here, but no, he's just droning, saturating, and getting further ahead. ShoWTimE, he has a lot of catching up to do. His splash damage of choice is going to be Storm. Temple Archives on the way into Storm. But until then, ShoWTimE is going to be stuck at home. Now, ShoWTimE could try to move out earlier, and it looks like he is. Wait, did he just cancel? I heard the building canceling, and yes, ShoWTimE, he just canceled the Temple Archives. He's going for a Gateway Explosion, he's going for the War Prism. Looks like ShoWTimE is going out here and now. Yeah, he's just pushing here and now. Either he kills Solar or he dies trying. So ShoWTimE is going for the 3-base all-in. As he cancels the Temple Archives, he cancels Storm. And this is it. Just purely a Gateway army. 0 splash damage. And can Solar survive this? Can he hold on? Denies the Ravagers. Not bad. Ravagers are denied. ShoWTimE pushing in. Solar, he was not expecting this. He does have the Lurker dead, but no Lurkers. No Lurkers are ready. And ShoWTimE, he may just have enough here. With good enough blink control, he takes down all the roaches. He can still reinforce. ShoWTimE, where are the Warpins? Oh, here they come. Warpins are on the way. Down go all the roaches. He's getting some of the Hydras as well. And there's no buffer. There's no buffer. There's no support for Solar. Solar, he will lose everything. And the all-in is snowballing out of control. ShoWTimE, he's doing it. He's so close. He's so close. Oh no. The Hydras, they do a lot of the back line. As more Hydras are trickling in, remember, the longer this game goes on, the better it is for Solar. ShoWTimE, he has to end it. The boys are being pulled. So he pulls the boys again. He has 80 workers. He can't afford to lose some drones. But there's still so many Hydras. Now we can just blink in. Yeah, we can just blink on forward. ShoWTimE catching Solar with his pants down. The pants were down. Keep going. Blink in, Pappy, blink in. More boys are being pulled. Again, Solar getting desperate. And ShoWTimE's done it. ShoWTimE, he has done it. He has broken Solar's back. GG, ShoWTimE. He will tie things up. We are going to the ace match. Whew. GG, well played. Again, Solar, he was being a little bit too greedy. He was getting into a hive. He droned up to 80. He was getting a 4th base. He was getting more upgrades. He was just taking up completely into a longer and later game. And ShoWTimE, initially, he was also taking up as well. And then he canceled the Templar Archives. He canceled the would-be High Templar, the would-be Storms. He threw down gateways, went for the 3-base all-in, and he caught Solar droning. He caught him being too greedy. GG. The pants were down, baby. The pants were down. And with that, we're going to the ace match. We're going to game 3. And we'll see how the story ends. Again, Solo had a really good start. He had a really good start. He defended it very well against the Glaive Adepts. Solo was ahead, but again, just got a little bit too greedy. Was not really expecting ShoWTimE to all in. Neither was I. Neither was I. Here we go. We're getting into the ace match. Here we go. We're getting into that ace match, that final game of the series, and spawning in the top right hand corner of Ultralove, we have the German Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing Sentinels, tying up the series 1-1 and forcing that ace match. It is a ShoWTimE. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the blue Zerg player. We have the blue Zerg player himself, representing Team Falcons, being forced into a tied series. Can he bring it back? Can he bring it home? It is a Solar. Let's go. Let us go. Once again, Solar just being a little bit too greedy in the last game. He was caught out. He was caught with his pants down. This time, I'm sure he's going to be maybe a little more tempered, a little bit more reserved in his play if he takes a lead. We'll see. As welcome on all to Ultralove. Ultralove is a much smaller map of the map pool, known for aggression, known for all-ins, especially early on. I would say that this map is really known for the extremes, where we can either favor all-ins or we can favor late game. The reason why I say this is because the rush distance by ground is very short, and also the entrance in towards that third base is very accessible as well. You also have this area in between the natural third and fourth base, which is also very accessible to the aggressing player, and we've seen a lot of successful all-ins on this map. But if the defending player can successfully defend and turtle up on 4 bases, then it can be very difficult to break a player on 4, 5, and 6 bases once they build up their army, once they get into the mid game. The reason for this is because of all the choke points. The terrain itself, there's so many choke points, points of elevation as well. If a player can vie for map control, it can be very difficult to rotate and get past these locations and actually push into the bases. Can be quite difficult. So we'll see where this leads us. So now we are going to be settling in. We're expecting another Stargate open out of ShoWTimE. Has gone for one every game so far. Even last game went for Glaives. That was Glaives after the Stargate. Solo pulls out of gas. Just getting into link speed, droning up his natural, claiming his third. We'll see where our players take us. So far, once again, Stargate open out of ShoWTimE, no surprises here. I wouldn't be opposed to ShoWTimE going for early blink again. So Twilight Council alongside the third base to get to early blink. It can be a really safe way to play just because blink would be done in time for something like a German taxi, something like a 2-base all-in, or even a 3-base all-in. So it can keep you safe. It does kind of depend on the approach here that ShoWTimE wants to go for. Does he want to be the aggressor again, or not? Things are moving out. That is going to be an earlier Twilight Council. You have my attention. This looks like early blink. But we'll see, as that's going to be 2 extra gateways already. 3 extra gateways, so again, it's going to be 3 gates. I'm going to lean towards charge unless we see a forge. If a Forge gets thrown down, it does scream Blink Stalkers. If we don't get a Forge, then we're going into Glaives again, which will be the same build we saw last game. So Stargate opening to 4-gate Glaive Adepts. Solar's all in. So he's already cutting workers at 35. He's going for a Link Queen all in across the map. And this is going to be a tough hold here for ShoWTimE. He doesn't really have much to work with. Blink is the tech of choice here, going into early Blink Stalkers. But the all-in has arrived. Yeah, the all-in's already here. ShoWTimE doesn't really have much of an army. We spoke about it earlier, but again, the rush distance by ground is so short on Ultra Love. Oracle's a trade well against the Zerglings. A lot of Lings are going down. Shield Barrier still in the way. There's a late reaction here by ShoWTimE. Late setup. The Shield Barriers are almost done. Really nice position here with the Oracles. There's the NG overcharge. Oracles 8 having the Queens. One Queen goes down. Remember, they can't transfuse. Yeah, they cannot transfuse. He gets one. He gets 2 Queens. And ShoWTimE holds. ShoWTimE, he defends. He shuts this down. And this was a big investment here from Solar. What did he actually kill? As he will lose every Queen. Doesn't get the Oracles. Look at the useless tab. Oh, that's... Zerg players, look away. Don't look, Pappy. Don't look. And cover your ears, because that was 33 Lings, 4 Queens for 2 Adepts and a Shield Battery. That is insane efficiency out of ShoWTimE. Oh my god. That is brutal. So ShoWTimE, he defends nicely. He saturates his third base. ShoWTimE, he takes the lead. The one thing that is working against ShoWTimE, no Forge. Or I should say late Forge. Late Forge, late +1. But Blink is done early for a call, and ShoWTimE, he can counterattack. He can deny the 4th. He can and he should deny the 4th base. Solar trying to get into Ling Hydra. The drone kind of still not there. And this 4th base should be cancelled. Yeah, Solar, he knows. He knows he cannot save it. 4th base goes down. ShoWTimE moving in. The Hydras are exposed. Lings, they attempt to come in from behind. There's not actually that many. Not actually that many Zerglings. There's not that much left over. ShoWTimE, he can just keep going. He can just keep pushing, but alas, he backs off. More Hydras are amassing. Solar, he's holding his own. As ShoWTimE takes up into Storm. Archives on the way. Storm is being researched. Once again, ShoWTimE can move out and he can try to threaten the 4th base. This time, the Hydra count is large enough where Solar could hold on. Oh, gets Revelation. Does get Revelation. Moving in. Storm is halfway done. Now, just like the game on Maganatha, ShoWTimE, he has a window. He has a timing here where he will hit with Storm before Lurker attack. And that's going to be a big power spike for ShoWTimE. Now, if you remember on Maganatha, Solar, he was able to force 6 High Templar to morph into Archons. And that kind of set Solar up for success. Can he do that again here? Can he do it again? Adepts, hey, they get into the mineral line, they get 4 drone kills. Some damage. There's going to be 5 High Templar. And Storm is ready. Now would be the time. Here comes ShoWTimE. He is moving out. As he moves out, Lings, they move out for a counterattack. And Solar, he's buying time for the Lurkers. There we go. 8 Lurkers are morphing in. And Solar, he will defend. Again, ShoWTimE took a really long time to actually push. And we're just getting into a longer game. So ShoWTimE is taking up into Sky Toss. Solar getting into Lurkers. Oh, some of them are getting caught out. will not lose any though. The lurkers, they barely get away. No detection. Hey. The lurkers got very low, but they survive. Solar scouts the main base, does spots the production. Once again, detection is still lacking. The first observer is just now being produced. Storm does catch one of the lurkers. Storm mainly zoning away. And Solar is moving in. He is pushing. Oh, brutal stasis. Stasis goes off. Still has 9 lurkers. Oh no! Tempest overextend. Bit of miscontrol by ShoWTimE. 1 Tempest goes down. That should not have happened. Unfortunately, he did right click on one of the lurkers. Lurker moved away and the Tempest followed. Very nice storms. It does launch the hell out of them. Both armies are maxing out. So far, only 3 Tempests. It's very gateway heavy. Oh no! The High Templar, they're clumping. Be so careful with these High Templar. As the Templar, they're so crucial here in the defense. Storm lands. Very nice storm. Tempest, they're popping up. They pop off, they pick off more lurkers, and Solar, he's not really gaining much ground here. Does lunge in, he gets 1. Gets 1 Tempest, just barely. Down to 2. Nice launch out of Solar. High Templar, they do get away. Once again, Storm lands. Gets another lurker. Tempests are exposed. Never mind. Does hold. ShoWTimE is still trying to build up that Tempest count. Still trying to. Up to 4. 4 Tempests remaining. Solar, this time he cannot quite break through. No detection for Solar. No Overseer. And Cloak is activated and the Tempest can just go to town. Does force the siege. Another lurker falling. A brutal slow zone, and Solar's gonna lose everything. He's gonna lose every single lurker with that ShoWTimE. He snowballs out of control. Solar, he was trying to kill ShoWTimE early, but he failed to break the expansion. GG gets called, and ShoWTimE, he survives, he defends, he takes the series at 2-1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. ShoWTimE does take it again. He had a very nice start to the game, shutting down the initial all-in out of Solar. So Solar, he fell behind. ShoWTimE, he killed the 4th base, and ShoWTimE, he was just chilling, backing off, and building up into Skytoss. Solar had some nice moments where he got 1 Tempest, where he was able to push his lurkers forward, but Solar was very all-in. It was very all-in. He had to end the game then and there, and he failed to actually get on top of the base. He could not actually gain or get access and get close to that Nexus. Couldn't break through. GG. GG, well played with that. Congratulations, ShoWTimE. He survives. He will claim the series, and now we're heading over to the European server. We have 1 series remaining, the grand finals. Let's go. Let us go. Again, exclamation mark, be in the chat to have a look back yourselves, to have a look at the run of all these players. As Clem, he has yet to drop a... Sorry, he did drop a map earlier against Bjorn in the PBT, but Clem, he 2-0'd Shameless, he 2-0'd herO, he 2-1'd Bjorn, and now he's up against ShoWTimE. Clem, he has yet to drop a map against a single Protoss player, only against Terran, and we'll see if ShoWTimE can threaten Clem here. Oh boy. Now, I do I do actually like ShoWTimE's chances against Clem more than Solar's here. Clem has some insane TVZ. When it comes to TVP, also, you could argue the best in the world. Actually, I would actually confirm that Clem has the best TVP in the world, and he's not an easy opponent. But Clem has been playing a lot with mech as of late. Has been meching it up. He did nothing but mech against herO. We should be seeing some mech against ShoWTimE. I don't expect to see it every game, but you know, maybe twice in a best of 5 is what I'm leaning towards. We'll see if ShoWTimE has a better response, a better reaction to the mech when we get there. For now, Vitas are underway. Vitas are underway. We're going to be going on a short break. When we come back, we'll have Clem versus ShoWTimE. We'll see you soon after the break. See you soon. See you soon. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the grand finals. Los grand finales here of the WardiTV Monday number 50. It's been an intense tournament so far, and we've found ourselves with our top 2 players, with our 2 European players. Let's go, baby, let's go. As spawning in the top right-hand corner of Ultra Love, we have the German Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing Sentinels. It is a ShoWTimE. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Terran player with the red Terran representing Team Liquid. It is Clem. And if you're in the chat, predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we jump into our TVP. Clem, he has gone up against a plethora of players already here and has yet to be brought down. Did drop a map to Björn earlier, but that was with Clem playing as Protoss. As Terran, Clem has yet to drop a single map, but we'll see if ShoWTimE can be the first to do so. Let's go. Again, ShoWTimE and Clem, they are well versed against each other. ShoWTimE, we've seen him take maps and take it to Clem in the past, but we'll see if he can claim a series. A full best of 5 is not going to be easy. Not going to be easy at all. Especially in current meta, with Clem embracing mech as much as he is, can be very difficult to play against, especially if it goes unscouted. We saw that herO did struggle against a non-stop mech from Clem, and again, I'm sure we'll see some mech out of Clem in this series as well. I'm thinking maybe like 2 out of 5 games if we go all the way to the ace match, but we'll see. Like Clem, he does like to vary it up. There are a lot of options for Terran in TVP. For now, economic opener, single gas, so economic start at a Clem, going racks expand. So far, so good. ShoWTimE does move out with this probe. Interesting. Oh, he's setting up for a proxy Stargate. Cybercore is finishing. This isn't really lined up. Cybercore does finish up. ShoWTimE, are we going to throw down the pylon? This is a prime location for a Stargate. There it is. Pylon is going to be thrown down. And we'll see if ShoWTimE commits. Cheeky build. Cheeky build out of ShoWTimE. There it is, proxy Stargate, as we did assume. herO is quite fond of this. herO is quite fond of this, so I do expect this out of someone like herO more often than not, but ShoWTimE spicing it up here in game 1. The goal here is proxy Oracle, to get the Oracle into the main base, to deal some economic damage, to catch Clem with his pants down. And Clem, he has fallen prey to this in the past. Just going back and forth, looking for a way in. Reaper is denied. And there's limited anti-air here for Clem. He's got a handful of Marines going 1-1-1, no early tech lab, and no add-on swap, no cycling. And here comes that Oracle. Set up to go into the bases. We'll see how many SCVs that ShoWTimE can claim. As there are 5 Marines to defend, they're all with the natural. Oracle goes in, gets 1, gets 2. Wouldn't mind does borrow. So far it's going to be 3 up to 4 SCV kills. Hellion in towards the natural. Reaper goes down to the main. Oh! Wouldn't mind shot. No! Oh, it does not go off. Ooh, that was very close. That was very close, very clutch, but ShoWTimE does escape. And nice damage, nice damage. He gets 4 SCVs. He also scouts the move out. He's aware of the drop. And he will chase. Chase him down. There's Revelation. As we have a proxy gateway behind this, okay. Phoenix has arrived. Catching up the medevac. Nice save with the Marines. Clem does get away. Clem, he will get on top of the Stargate. ShoWTimE going to attempt to trade. Nice snipe on the Widow Mine. Clem is hurting. So we got another revelation. Blink is still a ways away, so ShoWTimE cannot get into the main. And once again, mech. Shouldn't be too much of a surprise. Again, we're going to be expecting this quite a lot throughout the series, but Factory is going to be thrown down. Clem, he's embracing mech. And ShoWTimE, he has not confirmed yet. Intensive in. Dives into the main. Nice snipe on the first Cyclone. He gets one, he gets two Cyclones. And mech needs time to build up. And with that ShoWTimE, he can't pop up. Stasis only on one Marine. But again, there's no stim. GG gets caught. ShoWTimE, he breaks the main base. And ShoWTimE, he takes game number 1. Whew, GG. Oh, ShoWTimE, he does take a lead in the series. Does take the first game. So again, a strong start here from ShoWTimE. Was able to deal damage early on with the Oracle, was able to shut down the Widowmine drop and just snowball from there. Just a shaky start from Clem. We're going to need to tighten up the early game here to be able to embrace something like mech, which does pop off a little bit later on. We'll see if he can get there. See if he can get there. So far, ShoWTimE does take a lead. And game 2 is going to be on Tokamak. We go. We're getting into game 2. Now, we don't expect to see ShoWTimE go for another proxy Stargate. We don't expect that. We're leaning more towards a more standard game here, especially on Tokamak. But we'll see. We'll see if he does mix things up. Likewise, we'll see if Clem also decides to be more spicy here. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Tokamak, we have the German Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss leading the series 1-0. So far, a strong start. Can he keep this going? Can he gain more momentum for Sentinels? It is ShoWTimE. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Terran player, the red Terran representing Team Liquid. It is Clem. And again, it was a very nice start from ShoWTimE, able to pop over that proxy Stargate, but we do not expect to see that again in this series. It's something that you whip out once, but you don't want to rely on it, as there's a higher chance that Clem is going to be more vigilant when it comes to scouting and checking for proxies. So here comes ShoWTimE. ShoWTimE does move out. So this time Clem opening up double gas. Remember last game it was a ranks expand. This time double gas into a faster factory. So a more tech heavy start out of Clem. Well, this can lead into earlier Cyclones. It can lead into earlier Banshees. Leads into earlier tech. Technically, this can turn into a one-base all-in, but Clem should be expanding. Yeah, he's rallied over to take his natural. And moving out across the map. There's that 1-1-1. No tech lab yet out of Clem. That's mainly what I'm looking for, is his tech labs. Speaking of, first tech lab on the factory. This can either be for an early Cyclone or for the add-on swap. Meanwhile, we just see ShoWTimE going for a Twilight Council back at home, so a standard build out of ShoWTimE. Most likely Twilight Council into Blink. To 3 Gate Blink Stalker. We spoke about this before, but on smaller maps, it's more likely to see something like a charge-based opener. But that'd be more applicable on like Pylon or Ultra Love. Less so here on Tokamak. The station moves in, confirms no add-on swap, confirms the Cyclone's on the way. Alongside the medevac as well, so early drop. Setting up for the early drop. And ShoWTimE does confirm the Cyclone. Technically, it could have been an early tank. But ShoWTimE confirms. CC's floating down. And it's going to be 3-gate blink. 3-gate blink Stalker, safety shield battery in the main base. ShoWTimE just being very safe, being very secure. Cyclone into add-on swap into Banshee. And the rescout from ShoWTimE should confirm this. So Clem does boost forward. ShoWTimE confirms not just Banshee, also sees the research. He knows it's going to be Cloak. Cyclone is going to be abandoned. Oh no! Oh, barely saves it. Very clutch moves. Clem picks up. He barely gets away. He almost lost everything. Pulls out. ShoWTimE claiming his third base. And again, ShoWTimE did get eyes on the research on the tank. We'll see if Clem continues tank production. So far as getting 2 tanks to defend himself on 2 bases. We'll see Clem throw down extra Raxes and commit a little bit harder. ShoWTimE is securing himself. The hallucination does get eyes on the SCV, and Clem, are we going for a faster CC or are you going for production? Here comes the move out. Banshee's on the right, tanks through the center. Yep, there it is. Third CC is on the way, so Clem is being quite greedy here. I'd say third CC before extra maxes. And we'll see if Clem can get away with it. The Banshees, they support nicely. Oh, they support well. Despite that, Stalkers are still falling down. And the tanks, they're getting within range. And Clem is going for the Nexus. The Stalkers just weren't able to engage in time. And the base is going to go down. He pulls the boys, the base still falls. Nice dive, takes out both tanks. Both tanks go down, Banshees as well, but these are brutal losses for ShoWTimE, and he has to counterattack. He's still losing too much. ShoWTimE losing 14 probes. Oh, takes down the Cyclone. Barely gets the tank. Tank goes down, Cyclone as well, and ShoWTimE, he has to counterattack. Back at home, we're meching it up. But once again, the downside of going into mech like this is it takes time to build up your Cyclones and tanks. ShoWTimE is counterattacking here and now, and he can dive into the main. He can avoid the first tank. Where are we going? Where are we headed? ShoWTimE has momentum. He has a larger army. He has to go. Sees the tank. He gets it. He gets one. Tank goes down. Dives into the main base. Boys are being pulled. Ooh, the Banshee barely escapes. Oh my god, the Mass Repair. Mass Repair is brutal, snipes the Observer. Clem is holding. This time Clem is holding. Oh, we do have a Warping behind this. Charge is done. Oof. Solo Stalker's going down. Zealots, they're popping off though. They take down the tank. Goes down, locals are being broken. More Zealots are rallying in. Gets a Cyclone. Gets a Cyclone barely takes down the Banshee as well, and ShoWTimE, he's done it. ShoWTimE, he's done it. GG gets called. Whew, he barely punches Clem, and ShoWTimE will take a 2-0 lead. GG. Whew, GG, well played. Again, it was a very nice attack out of Clem, but remember, Clem, what was he doing behind it? He was getting a 3rd CC, so his army was lacking back at home. Not just that, but he was going into a mech transition, and it takes a while to get into mech, to build up those cyclones, to build up those tanks. So Clem, he was specifically vulnerable to that counterattack after the move out, after the push, after it got cleaned up. Clem, he had nothing to defend. He had 2 tanks, and they got targeted almost immediately. He had some really nice moves sniping the Observer, but it was barely not enough. As ShoWTimE just doubled down, he committed. GG. GG, well played. ShoWTimE, he is now 1 game away from claiming the entire tournament. Let's go. Let us go. Well, no mass is all he needs. Well, no mass, man. Well, no mass. And again, unlike herO, ShoWTimE, he has been able to punish Clem every time he's attempted to get into mech. But now we're loading into Pylon. Pylon is a much smaller map. The map pool, a much smaller map, much more aggressive map as well. I'll be honest, coming into Pylon here, this is where we could see some more shenanigans. We could see charge instead of blink. We could see early charge instead by ShoWTimE to hard counter an attempted 2-base all-in. Aggression is favored here on Pylon. We'll see how ShoWTimE makes use of that. I'm ready. I'm ready. Here we go. Looks like our players, they needed a moment here to get into their game. Understandable. Clem, he's down heavily in the series, so did need a moment. Here we go. And we're leading into potentially the final game of the series. I'm hoping for a back and forth. I'm hoping for a game 4 or a game 5, but the pressure is on. And here we go. We're jumping in and spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Pylon. We have the German Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing Sentinels and leading the series 2-0. Bab. Yay, yay, yay. Can he 3-0? It is ShoWTimE. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have the French Terran player. We have the red Terran representing Team Liquid, struggling here in these finals. I mean, the games themselves have been very intense, very high impact, high intensity, but has been struggling nonetheless. We'll see if we can bring it back. It is Clem. We go. As we're opening up with the proxy. Let's go. Este ShoWTimE proxy gateway across the map. We'll see if Clem does open up economically. We'll see if he does go for a Rax expand. We'll see if he goes into a delayed factory. Oh boy. Our eyes are on Clem. Oh, as the SCV moves out across the map, he's going for the eBay block. Okay. SCV moves in, eBay is going to be thrown down. Now this will mean that Clem should be going for a delayed expansion, a delayed CC. Should be setting up the factory instead. Single gas, but factory nonetheless. Probe Scout does confirm there is no second gas geyser, but there's a reason for that. This is a factory. ShoWTimE is aware. Can piece together what's going on. herO moves down. Will be blocked. And now he realizes. Now it's going to be Marine first into Reactor. Zelda's already out. We have another Zelda on the way. ShoWTimE, can he get some damage done here? Can he force a cancel the CC? I'm assuming that the CC is going to be on location. He's moving in. CC on the high ground. Clem is playing safe. Clem is walled up. And these LSA shouldn't achieve too much here. The boys are being fooled. They will be here to repair in time. LSA will not break in. We got a bunker on the way as well. And Clem, he will hold. The Stalker can at least zone away some of the Marines. But now we have a Widowmine as well. Widowmine has arrived. Oh, gets an SCV. But the best ShoWTimE can hope for at this point is just contain. Just contain the Terran. Does get a second Stalker. But the bunker is done. And now we're just getting to a longer game stage. Again, ShoWTimE, yes, he's in a bit of an awkward position as he has to defend his natural, which is at the 3rd location. So he's more spread out. At the same time, though, Clem, his CC is going to be delayed. So we have a give and take here. We have a back and forth. As it is going to be Blink. So Twilight counts on the Blink Stalkers here from ShoWTimE. We should be throwing down extra gateways. So far, 3 gate Blink. Clem, he's working towards his drop. Still stuck on one base. At least he can, of course, mule and make 2 SCVs at a time. Then we go now to float over. And ShoWTimE is not in a position to attempt to delay. Especially with the Cyclone, ShoWTimE, he should not be here. So ShoWTimE completely backs off. The proxy will be found. And will be dealt with. That does mean that ShoWTimE is down to 2 gates. So he's on a 2-gate setup. We'll see what Clem can get done. Meanwhile, every game so far, Clem, he's attempted mech. Do we still go for mech here in game 3 is the question. Does he go for it again? I say he's going for mech. Every game he's attempted to get into mech. He hasn't been able to get there yet, though. As the tank does siege. And 3rd base is exposed. Tank is pushing closer in. Getting within range. Doesn't quite snipe the Cyclone. And not quite. Widowmine get spotted. The base is under fire. ShoWTimE having a hard time pushing in. The base is getting low. Shields bleed out. A lot of hull damage. ShoWTimE, we gotta go for it. We gotta send it. Ooh, takes out the Widowmine. Takes out the tank as well. Boys are being pulled, and ShoWTimE, he will hold. Impressive defense here. ShoWTimE, he shuts down the push. Remember, these are vanilla Marines. Oh, tank punishes. Tank does punish. We got Cloak on the way. ShoWTimE defends. 3rd base is on the way as well. Getting to charge. 3rd CC for Clem. Here was another tank. Another tank goes down. I'm sure ShoWTimE is tempted. There is some SimCity. You can rotate into the main. Main base is exposed. Oh, tank gets here just in time. And ShoWTimE is going for the tank. Does dive in. Namir is going to be forced out of the main base. Nice pickup. And once again, mech. So once again, the follow-up is going to be mech out of Clem. He's done it every game so far. But he has never been able to embrace a mech army. He just hasn't been able to get there. ShoWTimE, he did see all the, he saw the factories, he knows. He's aware the answer is to just build up your gateway composition. Like Stalkers, Zealots, Archons. Eventually Immortals. And looks like we're calming things down. We're getting into a longer game. ShoWTimE is getting a 4th. Clem likewise has his 3rd. Question is, can he land it? ShoWTimE coming in with the intercept. Oh, does spot them. Does spot the Banshees. Observers coming in, and he will catch both. Yeah, 1, 2 Banshees go down. Very nice interception here by ShoWTimE. Ay, ay, ay. What does it defend? There's 2 tanks. With enough Zealots, ShoWTimE can break this position. Now he pulls away. Now there's 3 tanks. There's 3 tanks. Now there are Hellbats as well. Clem is securing himself, and ShoWTimE doesn't need to push in. But he wants to. ShoWTimE still just fanning out. Another observer gets caught. ShoWTimE warping in more Zealots. And we're getting ready for the 360 surround. Let's go! And ShoWTimE moves in. He does move in. Zealots, they get into the mineral line. He gets 1, he gets 2, he's gonna get all 3 tanks. Yeah, tanker gets completely reset. Zealots, they bust in. Stalkers have to get the hell out of here. And ShoWTimE is gonna lose every single Stalker. That was not worth it. He got all the tanks, true, he got some SCVs, but those were expensive losses for ShoWTimE. He has to back off, he has to rebuild. The cyclone count is solid for Clem. And ShoWTimE, it took too long. He took too long to engage. There are too many cyclones. And Clem, this is his moment. Mass cyclone. He's here. Getting to his mass cyclone. Likewise is working on his solid. ShoWTimE, because again it just takes so long to rebuild the Protoss army. And Pure Link Stalker is not ideal. Oof. Losing 1, 2, 3, 4 Stalkers go down. And Clem, he can finally hit his stride. He can pop off. Again, we need more Zealots. They're just now warping in. Lock-ons are brutal. And speaking of, every Stalker's gonna fall here. Yeah, the lock-ons, they shut down the Stalkers. Zealots, now they move in, but they're Hellbats to tank. Hellbats, they deal with the Zealots, and the Cyclones deal with everything else. Stalkers, they can't escape. That's 3 Stalkers getting away. And again, as you mentioned, like at a certain point, either ShoWTimE just had to back off and build up into a longer game, or had to move in earlier. And then it was too late. And Clem, he breaks the 3rd. Can I just keep pushing? There's nothing to stop him. A handful of gateway units, and that's not going to be good enough. As we are making a series out of this. Let's go. It's not going to be a 3-0. So I'll say trade well for themselves. True. But here come the reinforcements. Here come the reinforcements. Coming in for the attempted surround. God, and once again, more Stalkers falling. I mean, ShoWTimE, he's trading as efficiently as possible with at least the army on the right-hand side. Gets a couple of Hellbats, but GG gets caught. He cannot recover, and Clem, he fights back. We have a series. We have that back and forth. GG. Whew, GG, well played. Again, Clem, he was able to get into his stride here. He was able to get into his Mass Cyclone. For the first time this series, he got into his Mass Cyclone. With that, he snowballed out of control. This time, ShoWTimE was not able to stop him from doing so. We saw him blink into the main base a couple of times. He was being hyper-aggressive with his Blink Stalkers, but he was being punished for it. He was bleeding out too much. He didn't quite find his timing. GG. GG, well played. With that, we're loading into game number 4. We're loading into Maganatha. If Clem went mech 3 games in a row, I'm expecting it here in game 4 as well. At this point. This point, we're expecting it. Maganatha is the largest map in the map pool. And we'll see if ShoWTimE can stop him. Can he stop him? That's a mech ball with Marine support. Yes, if you missed out on the game so far, Clem has played mech every game. Every game. He's been meching it up. Here we go. The Marines that were just left over from the early game. Just leftover Marines. From the early bio-tank push. But here we go. Spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Maganatha, we have the blue Protoss player, the blue Protoss, the German Protoss representing Sentinel, still 1 game away from claiming the series. Can he bring it back? It is a ShoWTimE. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent finally being able to spread his wings and get into his Mass Cyclone in that last game. Can he do it again? Representing Team Liquid, it is a Clem. As we load into the largest map in the map pool, welcome to Maganatha. Because of that, I do favor the idea of going into mech here on Maganatha. I do think that Clem has more freedom, has more room to breathe, and more room to actually embrace his Mass Cyclone. Likewise, it's a little bit more awkward to blink into the main base as well, so Blink Stalker aggression from ShoWTimE is going to be a little bit weaker here. We'll see what ShoWTimE's plan is going to be to stop the mech. Can he stop it? Don't forget to stretch. Don't forget to stretch. So settling in. Technically on a map like Maganatha, we could see something like a Stargate opener, but against mech, I don't really know if that's what you want to go into. I'm referring to Mass Phoenix against Mass Cyclone. It's not something pretty. We saw herO attempt it, and we saw herO be shut down because of it as well. Oh boy. As this time, Clem does go for an economic opener. Rax expand out of Clem. Does take as natural. So a more economic start. This time there's no proxy. Clem does scout, just in case it does scout his third. Checks the 4th base location as well. Clem, he is looking for proxy gateways, as ShoWTimE did proxy last game. Did proxy. This time, as we have our take of choice, Twilight Council out of ShoWTimE. We're expecting Blink. We'll keep an eye on his gateway count, and we'll see how hard he commits into Blink Stalkers. We spoke earlier how on smaller maps we could see like charge builds, but not here on Magan. Sometimes he's getting into his 1-1-1. We see a 3rd gateway for ShoWTimE. 3k blink. Hallucination does go in, does scout, does confirm no tech labs. Tech labs, medevac is on the way. He is going to be expecting a mind drop. So here comes the backup hallucination. With this, he should be able to see if there's going to be an add-on top after the medevac. Medevac loads up. Here comes the mind drop alongside Marines. Ooh, and the hallucination scout is going to be denied. He doesn't see what's going on. It's going to be Cloak Banshee, and the hallucination will not confirm. Uh-oh. Hallucination goes down. Stalkers, they attempt to intercept. ShoWTimE needs to get the hell out of here. My shield doesn't go up. And again, this is all just distracting ShoWTimE, forces the recall. Still no hallucination scouts. Still doesn't know what's going on. Ooh, the direct does fall. So far, it's still worth it. Catching out some stalkers. But no major damage. What's important though is again that ShoWTimE is distracted. He's distracted back at home. Sees nothing across the map. Third TC is on the way for Clem. We're expecting Mech as a follow-up once again. Expecting Mech. As the hallucination barely does confirm that Cloak is on the way. ShoWTimE knows. Servers in production. No surprises here. We do have a mech on the horizon for Clem. When we saw the third CC, we noticed it was the same build, so it's going to be mech. Clem does get away. And once again, the pressure's on ShoWTimE. Can he break Clem before he can get into Mass Cyclone? If he can get there, then Clem can once again just overwhelm and run away with this game. Be very difficult to deal with. ShoWTimE is going for the Bay, going into Colossus. That I'm not so sure about. Will Clem make it work this time? I mean, he did last game, so I believe he can again. As Clem has got his safety 3 tanks, and now here becomes the mass. Here becomes the Mass Cyclone. Mass Cyclone is on the way, alongside Hellions and Hellbats to reinforce. I don't know how I feel about going Colossus. This is an interesting choice here from ShoWTimE. Colossus against Battle Mech. The range helps, I suppose. Of course, it is a supportive unit for the mass charge load composition. We'll see. It helps against the Hellbats. It helps against the Battle Mech, I suppose. So in my mind, I'm just trying to think. A player taking up into Colossus like this, the sacrifice is that instead of going into a gateway composition of Zealot, Stalker, Archon, Storm, you have Zealot, Stalker, Colossus, with Immortals as well. So it's a bit of a different setup. Mainly Colossus, of course. Second Robo's on the way into a delayed Temple Archives. We'll see how this goes. Banshees are revealed. Once again, ShoWTimE's being kept busy by the Banshees, which means Clem is free to mass up his mech army. This one Banshee does go down. which isn't ideal, but once again, this is just a distraction. It's just to buy time to allow for Clem to max out. As now Clem is getting his 4th CC. He's pushing. Uh-oh. And Clem has momentum. He has momentum here. I'm curious to see how the Colossus interacts. Gets a first Cyclone. Vikings and that started for Clem. Building up his Viking count. Getting a 2nd starport as well. And ShoWTimE is holding. He's holding on, he's forcing Vikings. As the armies, they don't quite pass by each other. Clem responds. Pulls back, he responds. ShoWTimE throws down a Stargate, indicative here of Sky Toss. So Stargate into Fleet Beacon. In towards 10% carriers. But ShoWTimE isn't there yet. Both armies are maxing out. How many Vikings? 8. Soon to be 10. 10 Vikings. As Vikings that have arrived, they can chase down the Colossus. They will. And with that, the first Colossus does go down. He gets 1. He gets 1. Clemmy's trading well for himself. Second Colossus is going to fall as well. Massive pickoff. Takes down 2. There's 1 Colossus left. Oh no! Prism, get out of here! Oof! Yeah, Prism takes a lot of hits and does get sniped. And we just keep going. Clemmy just keep on pushing. Gets a final Colossus. 0 Colossus remaining. From here, Vikings, they can land. Oh god, there's a lock-on. They take down the Archon as well. And Clem, he's done it. He's snowballing out of control. He takes the main fight. Gets on top of the production. Gets on top of the Robo. Depowers the Robo. Denies the Immortals. And ShoWTimE cannot stop this. He cannot stop the Mech Army. It's not going to happen. Again, the Colossus was an interesting take on a composition against Mech, but it did not pay off. It was not worth it. I appreciate that ShoWTimE was experimenting a little bit, but nah, not like this. It's from here, Clem, he just overwhelms. The Vikings land, pushing into the natural. Immortals are exposed, and GG gets called. Clem, he will tab the series 2-2. We are going to the ace match. GG. GG, well played. We're going all the way to game 5. And we'll see how this story ends. Yeah. Master Disruptor doesn't beat this. Disruptors, they can zone. Just because it stops the army from pushing forward, but I think that's the most you can do. Bearing in mind that Clem is going for a very mobile composition. It's very mobile. It's battle mech, right? It's mass Hellion Cyclone. So disruptors, they can do okay when it comes to buying time. But mostly I'm more fond of going into a more traditional form of just gateway into Archon High Templar. It's a little more mobile. It's a little more diverse. It gets into that a little bit faster. That's generally what I'm a little bit more fond of, but we'll see. We shall see. Also, of course, a big shout out to Wardy as well. Wardy, he's getting married tomorrow. He's getting married tomorrow. So big shout out to Wardy. I didn't realize until the tournament started when I noticed that Wardy's his title is again, his wedding is tomorrow. It's crazy, crazy. Este Wardy. But we are getting ready for our next game, and we do have... we do have a short break. We have a short break here. Clem is asking for a couple of minutes. He's asking for a couple of minutes here. we're more than happy to give it to him. So we're going to be going on a short break, and when we come back, we will have the final game of the series, man. The final game. See you soon. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Welcome back to the grand finals, the grand finale this year of WardiTV Monday. It has been an intense final so far, and we've made it all the way to the ace match. Our players, they did just request a short break, understandably so, as it has been an intense back and forth, and now we found ourselves in the final game of the series, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we do have our German Protoss player, we have our blue Protoss. It is a ShoWTimE for Sentinels, and spawning in the top right-hand corner, going for the eBay block, we do have the French Terran player, the red Terran representing Team Liquid. It is Clem. Oh, I assumed eBay block. My apologies. Going for the proxy behind the mineral line. Let's go. The Rax has been thrown down. Ideally, you do want to throw down your bunker here on the low ground as well to punish the would-be expansion, the would-be pylon as well. So there are layers to this. This should be proxy Reaper alongside bunker support as well. And the goal here is to punish the economy, is to try to delay mining here at the natural as well. ShoWTimE, he's aware that the Rax is missing. You can see he's scouting further back in the main. Again, it is not uncommon for the Terran player to hide their Rax further behind the mineral line, or further in their main base, or even at their natural, or even at their third location. So ShoWTimE is confirming. Ooh, and there's that initial bunker. Yeah, ShoWTimE forced to expand at the unnatural natural. Aye, aye, aye. Forced to expand at the third instead. And Clem, he could try to set up a bunker at the third base as well. We'll see.
Command center upgrade complete.
Clem does move in. Does hit the mineral line. Gets one probe already. And one probe goes down. Gets one, diving in for the second. Oh. Clem, he doesn't head over towards the other expansion. Now he does check. He checks, he confirms. Second Reaper swapping out. And Clem's at least containing the army. From here, Clem can expand. And get into the mid game. We'll get into the early to mid game. Oh, does he get in? He does! Clem barely dives into the bunker. Baits out a couple of shots. Oh. As the SCV barely does survive. Oh. Yeah, again, very nice control here. Very nice juggling out of Clem. Preserves the SCV. Keeps on repairing. And you can see how low the army is for ShoWTimE. And he can't saturate. He cannot rally to his natural. Again, ShoWTimE, he's oversaturated the main. Stalker trying to break out. So Zella finally goes down. Gets Zella, gets two Stalker. Oh god! He gets two! One. There we go. Second Stalker falls. This is getting out of hand. This is just becoming far too much damage. Ay, ay, ay. And now he cannot defend his third. He can maybe try to recall. Oh no. SCV finally goes down. Stalkers are getting shut down as well. Down goes the mineral line, 3 probe kills. And he's chasing down the final Stalkers. This is too much. This is going to be game. GG gets called, and Clem snowballs out of control. He punishes the army, forces an awkward defense here from ShoWTimE. The repairs were brutal. Not just repairs, the juggling, of course, saving the SCV, saving the Reapers, baiting out shots. And Clem takes the series 3-2, becoming this week's champion. GG. GG. Congratulations here to Clem as he does pull off the reverse sweep. He was down 2-0 and he wins 3 games in a row, making it up in game 3, making it up in game 4, and game 5, pulling off the proxy across the map, just out controlling ShoWTimE and snowballing out of control. Crazy play there by Clem. GG, well played. Congratulations. Clem is our champion. And of course, once again, just to reiterate, a big shout out and congratulations to Wardy for getting married for his wedding tomorrow. Does have his wedding tomorrow, so again, much love to Wardy. Momentous occasion for him. If you see Wardy maybe being a little bit less active than he usually is this week, then you know why. Wedding, honeymoon, time, of course, with the missus as well. So Wardy is, of course, going to be spending time touching grass, and of course, outside of just purely StarCraft. Much love to Wardy. Much love. GG. GG, papi, GG. Now it makes sense, actually. What I mean by that is, I don't know if our schedule graphic has been updated yet. But I do have, yeah, not yet. It will be updated by the time tomorrow hits. But this week we are actually casting the final day of the OSC midseason playoffs. And I'll be honest, I was a little bit surprised. I was surprised that we were going to be casting that this week. And now it makes sense. If Wardy's unavailable this week, Wardy typically casts the mid-season playoffs. He isn't because he's unavailable. Instead, we're stepping in. We're stepping in. This schedule here, it's close enough. This is last week's schedule. As you can see here, this is last week's graphic. So this is not exactly completely accurate as to what this week is looking like. But very quickly here, when it comes to our schedule, our next broadcast is going to be tomorrow morning. We just wrapped up with our Monday cast. So Monday evening, WardiTV Monday, just like last week, is there. Tomorrow morning, Tuesday morning at 9 AM KST, that's going to be at 10 AM AEST, we're going to be live with StarCraft Evolution League Championship, the playoffs. The playoffs over the weekend, we were busy casting Maestros of the game, so we missed out on casting it live, so we're going to be catching up via replays here tomorrow. So tomorrow is going to be day 1 of the playoffs, and day 2 of the playoffs will be on Thursday. So 2 days. Tuesday and Thursday mornings will be StarCraft Evolution League. Meanwhile, Sparkling Tuna Cup is going to be Tuesday evening. Tuesday evening. If you remember, we did not host STC this week because of Maestros of the game, so we did move STC to this Tuesday. On this graphic, basically, it's where the King of the Hill graphic is. So there, Tuesday evening, Tuna Cup. Tuna Cup Tuesday evening. When it comes to Wednesday morning is going to be Pigasus Cup. Pigasus Cup is Wednesday morning, and Lily Cup is Wednesday evening. Lily Cup has been on Fridays. As you can see, last week it was on Friday. But because of RSL, because of Maestros of the game, because of all these big online events happening, Lily Cup is switching to Wednesday evening. So Wednesday evening is going to be Lily Cup. Likewise, we have StarCraft Evolution League on Thursday morning. We have Pondcast Thursday evening. Friday morning, we have Masters of the Game, and Friday evening, we have the OSC Midseason Playoffs. Again, that's going to be over on Friday. We have more Masters over the weekend, and we have SDO over the weekend as well. So, again, we're going to be casting twice a day, every single day. We cast more StarCraft than anyone else out there, so we have the quantity, and we have a little bit of the quality as well. Usually we try to take some evenings off, but specifically September is just really intense when it comes to StarCraft. Maestros of the Game, Revival StarCraft League, StarCraft Evolution League as well. Like, there's a lot of tournaments going on right now, so we're going to be foregoing any kind of breaks, and we are casting twice a day, every day. Oof. Next week we should be able to like have some free time to ourselves, but even next week we have the Galaxy Cup coming back as well. Like, we have RSL, of course, next week. We got a lot of content, a lot of StarCraft. Oof. But with that, thanks for watching. Thanks for tuning in. We do appreciate it. Hope you all enjoyed the broadcast. Hope you all had a good time. Hope you enjoyed all the mech out of Clem, of course, and all the other matchups we had tonight as well. Shout out to ShoWTimE. ShoWTimE, he did not have an easy performance to the finals. As you can see here, ShoWTimE, he took down Nightmare alongside Rebellion and Solar to make it to the finals. And even in the finals, he was up 2-0 against Clem. He was up 2-0. He almost took the series as well. So really strong performance here by ShoWTimE. Very strong. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for tuning in. We do appreciate it, and we are going to be wrapping up our cast here for tonight. And again, we're going to be live in around 9 hours. In 9 hours' time, we're going to be live with StarCraft Evolution League Championship. Otherwise, stick around. We're going to be giving another StarCraft streamer a raid. We'll find someone to send everyone over to. We'll see. Let us see here. Who is live? Who is live at the moment? I see Florencio. Florencio's live. Who else? Florencio, I see not many others. I do know that Monday Night Weekly is going to be later on tonight as well. I believe Rotterdam should be covering that. Maybe Steadfast as well. Maybe Steadfast. Who else is live? Yo, is no one live at the moment? Where are the people, Pappy? Oh my god. We'll find someone. We'll find someone to send everyone over to. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for the support, and we'll see you guys tomorrow for some more content, for some more StarCraft. Whether it's StarCraft Evolution League or Tunica. See you then. See you then. Happy to see you then. See you tomorrow.